we doing tonight? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Chat, 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 chat. I missed out, okay? I missed out on covering the leaflet drama. I know. Stuff kind of exploded, okay? Not too long ago. Both with IRL and also with past associates. So I missed out on that stuff, okay? And that's exactly what we're going to catch up with today, okay? How is everybody doing tonight? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How are we all doing? Welcome, 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 welcome. I say with like a 5-minute delay on my stream sometimes. We need a whip emoji. What? No. No, you don't. But you can get emojis through memberships. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Teehee. You can never be late to VTuber slop. They're always fucking something up somehow. Well, true. So we are going to be doing some, we're going to be covering the leaflet stuff, okay? And we're also going to be covering something that came across my radar today that I saw on the YouTube drama subreddit, about a single mom VTuber. But this may be a quick, much more shorter stream. I'm not too sure. But I did want to stream today, okay? I did want to do that. I think that would be fun. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Give us whip emote. What would that even be? Whip? Or like early 2000s whipping an nene? Is that what you're talking about? Like MatPat simultaneously whipping the nene? Good news. I bought a mic and it should be in either tomorrow or Wednesday. Hell yeah. Thank you very much. That's awesome, Abyssal. Awesome stuff. I don't even know why you guys want a whip emoji. If you make it like a physical whip, why? Nabi, do it and I'll check it, okay? Evil stuff. Please commission artists to make a whipping emote so we can whip them. Dog. Thank you very much, Cartoon PFP, for the $2. Dropping 2 A-bombs on Japan was a mistake. Fuck. What a great way to start the stream. Fuck me. Okay, let me change my screens, okay? I'm not used to this, okay? Normally I have a lot more time to prep. But the songs were shorter, but they did hit absolutely hard. I have deafened on Discord, so you can't see my little guy yapping, because I'm an idiot. There you go. That's better. To whip Ace into shape. Yeah. Ace takes up all the space. Evil stuff. Okay. Let me explain this. So, Looney was tweaking out. Poor Looney, by the way, because apparently Looney was an on and off fan of this person. So I'm sorry to break it to you, Looney. So, this is a person called Otsuka Ray, okay? They have got 434,000 subscribers. And from my understanding, I think they do a lot of like variety streams. It looks like they've done like song covers and stuff like that kind of stuff. No, I'm not gonna whip people. Why? My chat is so weird tonight. But obviously the key thing about them is that they are a single mom. They even advertise it on their site. Hold on. Oh, fuck's sake. It's gonna be Japanese, isn't it? The fan box. Is it gonna load? I can't speak Japanese. Fuck. I swear I had it written somewhere. Oh, here we go. So this is their page talking about themselves. Otsuka Ray-chan. My name is I'm gonna struggle here. Sorry, chat. My name is Otsuka Ray, a motherly VTuber who heals everyone's tiredness. I am an unmarried single mother. Okay. Single mother, okay? She's doing VTubing content. What's the problem, right? She includes her child in her content. Now, how old is this child? Are they like a teen or anything like that? Like that would make it any fucking better? No, their child is 3 years old. Well, they were 3 years old. As you can see, there's their VTuber model. You can probably see where the problems are going to start, like, coming about with this, right? Now, from my understanding, I wouldn't be surprised if the reason why this came onto people's radar was because they got shouted out by Iron Mouse, basically. Now, I'm not going to play the clip. I really don't feel comfortable playing a lot of the clips in this when I'm covering this person, because it has got their child singing songs, and I'll explain why. I'm just going to set that as a standard now. Shut up. But yeah, I now shouted this person out. Well, I was surprised again. Reika? How do I say that, chat? Reika? Loves songs that are trending on YouTube Shorts, and lately she's been singing one of her favorites of all time. So I wondered, whose song is this? And I decided to look it up. And it turns out to be an original song by Iron Mouse. Me, Ruka, the big sister who sings this song, actually knows who you are. Huh? How come? And she even said you're really, really cute. Well, then I want to collab with her next time. Such a sweet little coincidence made our day. Now, again, using your child for content. Big no-no in my opinion. I think that's fucked. A child cannot consent for anything, let alone having their entire identity, like, put out onto the platform. Into a content space, basically. But again, like, where was the thing as well? I'm not going to play the video. Again, this is going to... Shut up. This is going to be a lot more of a shorter section. Reika, thank you. Obviously, Iron Mouse, this got clipped, but Iron Mouse, like, went over the kid singing her song, right? Wholesome, right? Until you look at some of the lyrics, I would say, when it comes to Iron Mouse. Do I have this pulled up already? I thought I did. Did I not? Fuck me. The one thing I think I accidentally collapsed. Hold on, chat. I'll explain this all in due time. For those who don't know. Iron Mouse song lyrics. So the song that they sung was, I think it's I Want the Cry For Me, like the one that goes like where, that one. If my browser decides to load today. Sorry, chat. There we go. Let's see. Cry For Me. I'm just pulling up their Genius page. So, here we go. So, how comforting that people like you never change. I'll zoom in for you guys. You underlings are stumbling to catch our gaze. Crumbling under the pressure, don't you just love obsession? Your struggle births my pleasure. Got sadistic intentions? Ah. Keep in mind, this was being sung by a 3-year-old. Or I believe they're 5 now. At least they were 3 in the clip that was circulating. I love you, I moves you slowly, like bishops, castles, and queens. You'd be so lonely if there were not for me. And again, song goes on. Weird fucking undertones, right? Normal song for anyone to sing if they were not 3 years old. And again, the thing that really caught people's attention is one song in particular that they sung on this channel. Let me try and pull this up. Let me go back to their YouTube. Fuck me. How have I lost it already? Here it is. So, they've done quite a few different anniversary streams. Now, one thing that's you'll notice that's been doing really popular. Where the fuck is it? If I go to YouTube Shorts, it should be here. Okay, fuck it. So, an issue you will find is if you type this word into their YouTube page. Type it in. What's this? Real 3-year-old sings Lolly God Requiem. I'm not going to play this. The reason why I've even viewed any of these is because I had the streams deafened whilst I used my plugin to see what the chat was saying, because obviously the majority is in Japanese. And the reason for that is because some of the comments I've been sent and translated. Now, as you can see, it comes up several times, because they have sung this song several times. And what is the problem with this? Well, if you would give me a second, I will pull this up, because I have this here. This is a song called Lolly God Requiem. I'm going to show you guys a few of these lyrics. okay? Lonely lolly lolly God descends for you. When I ring this bell, there's nothing you can do. This is the salvation requiem, let's go. Touch me, get arrested. Kiss me and you're busted. You say you're sorry, but I can't really hear you, get purged. Now, if you can't tell, alright, this is apparently, from what I've been told, a song about a kid basically being sexualized by creepy fans. Great song? It's about a creep going to jail. Yeah. And it's basically about sexualizing a child. That's what this is about. And this is the song that this mother got their 3-year-old child at the time, go away, to sing. Now, as you can't see actually, because I forget I have my stream set up in a certain way. Now, the issue with this comes with chat when I go to some of the comments that got captured. This might be absolute peak of cuteness, okay? Not awful, right? This adorable creature is now a protected species, okay? Like, notice they're being hearted by the creator, not, like, dreadful, right? A true requiem for lollies, and it's hearted by the creator. Yeah, the song is about child predation. It's made by a VTuber who got really popular for being a lolly with her audience. Yeah, that sounds about right. So, chat, this mother got her kid, who was 3 years old, to sing this song, and these are the comments that they are hearting. Again, I have checked, by the way. This person is trilingual. There is no language barrier. There is no sort of cultural or something like that, because I think the word apparently just means cute kid, which is, again, weird as fuck, right? There's no sort of, like, out for this person, is what I'm trying to say here. This is just disgusting. They have, like, hearted it. Here we go. So cute. People are donating. It's fine. What a cute creature this is. Heart emoji. Bit fucking weird, right? The true Lolita, God's Requiem, is amazing. Hearted by the creator. So cute. I think our supporter adorable. Okay. Keep it going. Cute, skilled, her singing ability is so good it's hard to believe. She's only 3 years old. Precious, V is so cute, her voice is so cute. Lolly is divine. Sunflowers are cute, One Piece is the best, small and cute. These are the only things I can think of. Jesus fucking Christ. Now, we get this one. This is the major one, right, chat? This is the big fucking red flag. Everyone in this comment section, including me, is a lolicon, lol. Well, she's really cute. Hearted by the creator, chat. By the creator. Insane, in-fucking sane, disgusting, and creepy. I don't understand, and it's quite depressing how this has managed to go on for as long as it has. The only thing I've seen so far, because again, I think the only thing that's really got attention from this was one post on the YouTube drama subreddit, and I believe there was one Twitter post talking about it. I don't know how much more traction it's got than that. I find it insane. Again, I'm rubbing against you, so cute. Hearted by the creator. Hold on some of those where people are giving her money is getting comments from her in addition to her liking the comments. Let me go back. So a lot of the ones where it's actually like... So these ones are like paid donations, right? Again, a bit weird that they're liking these ones. This one's not. Absolutely is not. And then you have this guy. Hearted. Fucking deranged, if you ask me. I'm rubbing against you, so cute. Fucking hell. How young is that angel? Again, here's the issue you're going to have, chat. With some of these, It might just people being like, it is impressive that this child can sing. Because again, it's not just this song that's being sung. Actually, I need to check. Were these? I need to check if these were just dragged from the stream or the short. Are these all from the YouTube short? But again, it's weird as fuck. Oh, Rieka-chan dances so beautifully. Remember, don't touch her. What an odd thing to say. So this is Requiem, because again, these are all obviously referring to the song. Thank you, I'll use this as motivation for my time in prison. All of these people that have been directly referencing the song and talking in this way are clearly lolicons, are clearly pedophiles and creeps. It is so blatant. I do not understand why you would accept your child being used in such a way. It is genuinely horrific. It's why I'm being quite fucking blunt with this section, because I don't think there's anything funny about this. It is just horrifically disgusting, and the fact that it's only being caught now is weird but interesting. Again, it's no one's particular fault why this hasn't been called out, because again, some people just may not have known. There might have been a link. There could be a language barrier, because it seems a lot of the content is in Japanese. But again, it is horrifically disgusting. Again, if there are more updates on this chat, I will keep you guys updated. But again, this was a lot more of a shorter thing. Wait, what's that? Why is it going to... Is this her... Oh, yeah, it's her Twitter account. Okay. But again, chat. Weird as fuck. Weird as fuck. Because it's a thing, right, where this has been a song that they have sung consistently on the channel. Given by the fact that you see it here. And this was all done like a year ago, 2 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, 2 months ago, 3 years ago. It's been for a while. Streamed 6 years ago. Now, I don't know if the kid's been singing all of these. I'm not going to sit here and check every single one of these. But yeah. Thank you very much, Just Your Nightmare, for the €2. Again, these comments are translated from Japanese. I'm aware of that. I'm aware that there are the translation, but it's the fact that there are so many of these. When specifically referring to the song, where is that one? Specifically talking about being a lolicon is insane. Because I don't think that there actually is another word for that. God, this is gonna fuck up my search history, isn't it? You know what, we'll open up another tab. Is there a Japanese word for lolicon? Again, even the Japanese translation for that specific word, by the way, chat, refers back to Lolita Complex. Obviously referring back from the book Lolita, which is where the sexualization of a child in that sense of the word came from. Again, we saw stuff in relation to that when talking about the voice crack, the Turkey Tom stuff. But yeah. Also, thank you very much, Zombie Penguin, for the $5. There's a saying in the Deprogram fan base, face the magical wall. I do not know what that's referring to, but true. Very fucking true. But yeah. Deranged. Insane. Again, like I said, if there are updates to this, I'll keep you guys updated. It's a bit more of a shorter thing in relation to everything we're covering tonight. I do want to go on to move on to doing stuff with the leaflet stuff. I felt like it was important to talk about that. Because I don't think it's going to get too much attention. Aside from maybe people going after iMouse for associations. I'm not going to be surprised if that's the only thing that comes from this. But yeah. That was the original, whatever. That was the Twitter post I deleted by accident. But yes. So, that was that part, chat. Bit depressing, right? Next part's a bit depressing. fucking ridiculous sometimes for some of the arguments that are apparently going to come in this. Leaflet, okay? So Leaflet is a content creator who is also a VTuber. I have a playlist for this because I'm fucking awesome for that. And the way this all spun about, we'll do a quick thing on their channel quickly. Leaflet is a VTuber. I believe that they do political content from on the side, is my understanding for this. They are currently sitting at 174,000 subscribers. They've been doing a lot of political stuff, talking about like that kind of stuff. A lot of like Twitch poll kind of content. I believe this is just a VODs channel, basically when it comes to this stuff. Now, why does this come up, chat? It's because if you guys remember, I covered the Nuxtaku drama. Nick Andros did a very good video talking about it. I believe that he's doing a part 2. And from my understanding, Leaflet is someone who had very light associations to Nuxtaku. And they did a VOD or a stream segment talking about it in this part here. Now, I'm not sure how much we're going to see of this, chat. But we're gonna look through this. So again, for context for Nuxtaku had a bunch of controversy that came out from the Nick Andros video. Very well done video by Nick Andros. I would suggest that you go check it out. And the main thing that came away from it was him posting a lot of his old YouTube content, right? Had basically got like censored hentai and stuff in the thumbnails. There was a lot of like poorly censored stuff inside of the videos. His Discord server had barely no age gating, specifically his private one, where a kid was being like taught to like skip school and was being shown like gore videos by someone in the server. It was very actively known in the server that this person was a minor. Lots of stuff like that, right? And the lolicons, chat, the lolicons, they came out in droves and they swept, okay? They swept for their god, Nuxtaku, okay? And Leaflet was one of them. I believe this is the video I finally addressed it. I'm trying to see what the actual thumbnail was, because from my understanding, it was... I finally addressed it. You can see I'm a pro streamer, chat. I have got such an amazing, like, planned docket, okay? Who needs planning when you've got this? Also, hi, K-Hug. Here we go. I finally addressed it, and you got Nuxtaku in the thumbnail. I'm 13, I'm 12, I'm just 11 in the thumbnail. Interesting stuff. And I don't know how much we're going to watch of this, but we're going to get into it, and then we're going to look into some of the coverage from the main person talking specifically about Leaflet in this. Also, hi, Liar. Stopping by to say real quick, love you, Yan. I love you too, K-Hug. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, I'm going to hit play, and we're going to look into this, chat, okay? God, I've been yapping for a hot minute. Oh, I need a drink. Get your monsters, chat. Get your energy drinks. Get your hot cup of tea. But yeah.
So, dude, I don't even know about the whole thing, right? I didn't even talk to them that much. They're mad at me for like being friends with Tectone.
Bro,
I don't even talk to him that much. I don't. Like I've spoken to him like twice, maybe like ever, and then I watched a video from him, right? Nux I've spoken to more.
Okay.
But like again, not even as much as
you guys can't see the subtitles. Let me fix that for you, chat. There you go.
So it's kind of like, what the fuck? What do I have to do with all of this, right? First off,
where does Otsuka Ray come into this? You've just missed the coverage, brawler. TLDR, they got their 3-year-old to sing a Lolicon song on stream. Several times. That's the TLDR on it. You can go back if you want to, but yeah.
Second, my entire take is that I don't know.
You don't know?
That was it. My entire take is I don't know.
Interesting.
Nux is pretty justified. What the Nux stuff is justified against him. The problem is I can't watch the video now because I refuse to watch it on principle. I'll never watch it. Emiru's entire take vibes basically. So like what they're mad at.
I got Bailey's parfait cake, fried chicken, mac and cheese, and orange soda since I'm running out of Dr. Pepper. That is an insane haul, Abyssal. Crazy.
Is that I said it's probably dumb, is what I said. And
probably.
they're like, here, let me just show it. Let me show you where it started. This is where it all started. Okay, right here. Nuck's still cool, or is he still getting canceled? Dude, I don't even know. I don't even know the Nuck situation at all, to be honest. But I'm gonna guess it's really stupid. That's what I'm gonna guess. Okay, why would I say that, chat?
Why would you
I
say that?
Why would I say I'm gonna guess it's probably stupid? Why would I say that?
Well, again, the issue when you say that is you are immediately dismissing any sort of credibility to probably a serious situation, right? Like, saying something stupid in that regard, again, it's not even like a middle of the road take. It is specifically saying that, like, you don't care, right? Now, again, you can choose not to cover content, but with someone who you are known to at least lightly associate with, you need to look into this stuff. Listen, I hate having to look into friends, okay, and associates, but we've all had to do it, okay? Trust me, we've had to do it. Just look at the last year. Just look at late last year and this year. Trust me, it had to be done. Oh, God. Anyway.
You guess? Because they call us racist Nazis, homophobe, transphobe, pedo groomers all the time.
I don't think Nicandro's called Nux homophobic or transphobic. I don't think he said that, but go on.
It's literally the boy who cried wolf. They say it all the time. So, like, why would I give it any sort of fucking credibility at all? Why would I?
Why would I? Because you haven't seen the coverage, dumbass. Fuck me.
Why would I? A bunch of leftists scream about the person.
Okay.
And they're like, just believe me. Like, why the fuck would I? Right?
Again, it's not just believe me, there's just cited evidence.
Also, the guy who accused Nux is retarded. No, he is retarded. He is retarded. That guy is retarded for sure. And I'm gonna show you why he's retarded. But anyway, I'm just gonna do this first, all right? Imagine getting canceled for not taking the purity oath that people want to see you dead in the first place. That's my point.
Wait, what's that?
Taking the purity.
Actually, like, getting cancelled for not taking the purity oath that people want to see you dead in the first place. Interesting.
That people want to see
Why does it sound like she's talking with a mouthful of food? That's what I'm saying.
you dead in the first place. That's my point.
That's
my point, and I will explain.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but let's watch this first. I don't know what's going on with Nux. Like, I mean, I don't know the story behind it, but I'm pretty sure that the drama is probably dumb. There's probably a lot of misunderstandings. That's my guess. Because they always do it.
Crazy assumption.
They always do it, and I can prove to you that they always do it right now. Just using my own situation. My own situation.
Your own situation?
I could show you guys, right?
Yeah.
That person is posting the clip as a huge Hassan fan. Of course he is.
Somehow it's Hassan's fault. Listen, I don't even like Hassan. I did a whole section on it in Samuel's rewind video, but fuck me. This doesn't always go back to Hassan, bro. Fuck.
Thank you for the bits, Ace Sticky. I'm pretty sure the furry gooner is
Ace FG. Interesting name.
trying. Oh my god, you want to know something too, chat? Every time these people come after me and they're like, you're a groomer. You support groomers. I click their fucking. I click their account. It is full of gooning material every fucking time. It's just gooning. It's like just porn.
I don't think Throwaway posts that. And also, they're not accusing you of anything. The clip just says, Leaflet doesn't care about the next Taku situation. And it's a quote from the fucking clip. It's not even accusing you of anything. At most, it's just fence sitting. It's a fence sitting, like, take, dog. You are getting rage baited for fence sitting. Well, not even fence sitting, right? It's a bit more than that, as I said. But I'm sure a general audience would probably come to the conclusion that it's fence sitting. It's ridiculous, okay? This is why I wanted to cover this, because this just seems like absolute cope behavior. But I'm going to speed it up a little bit.
Porn, all over their account. Every time. So what happened? Okay, is there a video? Actually, you know what, to be honest, I don't even want to get involved in any of this drama. I'm just being real. Yeah, I just don't care. The reason why is because I would rather talk about other things.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Sure, sure.
I'd rather talk about other things. There's like so much shit going on right now. Guys, we got fucking aliens to talk about. This is the last thing I want to talk about. I don't really care that much.
Yeah?
I don't really care about, you know, some accusations.
I don't really care about child grooming, right?
Mooneypool equipped their own special item.
Oh god, what is it? Are you fucking serious? Anyway, so the point is that, one, why would I think that it's probably bullshit? Because of pattern recognition. That's it.
Because of an assumption. Because it's an assumption. Dog. Okay.
Because so many times, and this has happened even to me, they've just made shit up about me. So like, of course,
Yeah.
I'm just like, you know,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's this leftist person saying this shit. Yeah, like fuck them, right? Yeah, it's like I don't care, right? And the thing is like, let me.
I'm sorry, I really do have to laugh, right? Again, you never would have thought it, right? I'm a bit left-leaning, right? That's where I sit, I guess, if you had to put something on the political spectrum. But I think as soon as people bring out that argument, it's just really gay as a defense. There are pedophiles on the left, and there are pedophiles on the right. There are pedophiles in the middle. There are pedophiles everywhere, and they're all located in the White House. Who fucking cares, right? Well, like, what side of the political spectrum it is, they're all pedophiles at the end of the day. Like, it's such a funny defense to me. Genuinely. I don't get it. If I refuse to see the evidence, then it's not there. Yeah, it's Schrodinger's grooming claims. And again, it wasn't even grooming claims. It was, again, at least what I saw, it was more so a case of fostering an unsafe environment for minors. And it allowed said predatory individuals to, you know, basically abuse kids. And what I mean by that, to be hyper-specific, because I know some people are going to go like, rah, you're not being specific enough, you're generalizing it, right? Again, from my memory, the thing about it was, the main thing that I took away was the kid basically being like exposed to gore and ISIS like beheading videos basically by a guy in the Discord server. Again, that wasn't Nux Taku doing that, but again, it was someone in the space who was active around, and Nux ran the Discord server, so he has responsibility to make sure that that shit is cut out, right? Fuck me.
Let me explain to you. Hold on, I'll let it go first.
I'll let myself go first, brother. Okay.
Oh, sorry. And then so this part was about.
I'm being
you know,
nitpicky.
why I don't want to talk about it? Because I would just rather talk about other stuff right now. Hopeless Reader, thank you so much for the prime. And plus, right, like, but especially if it has to do with people I know have a high chance of being, people I know have a high chance of being slandered. Oh my God, I keep getting distracted. I'm so sorry. So what I was saying is, when I know that it's a person who is highly likely to get giga slandered, and it's not something that the person said directly themselves. Right? Like a person said directly themselves and like they explained like their point of view. Everything's like preventing me from talking about this today, I guess. But yeah, when it's a person who I know that has a high percentage chance of it, obviously I would be more weary about it. Second, why would I talk about it under those circumstances? Like knowing that the person very likely has a lot of people out to get them and out to like take anything they can in the worst possible light. Right? Why would I look into that immediately when I can wait a little bit for more information, right? And third, for those of you who are, I think it was literally in this stream, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was this exact same stream actually, where we watched something on the Ten situation with Tens and like his girlfriend.
I don't know who
right?
that is.
We watched that, right? And remember I said, yeah, well, I don't know what the story is from like their point of view. This is like people from the outside looking in. And I don't know about like any of their personal statements. Remember I said that? So I said, I don't really know. And do you want to know another situation where I did it? Nyara. Do you remember?
What?
Do you remember everyone said that Nyara is all for kids getting groomed? And I said, that's not what Nyara... They were saying that Nyara said that Nyara agrees with kids getting groomed. I'm like, that's not even what Nyara...
Well, again, right, you're a content creator. Wouldn't you have the easiest slam dunk in the world, right? If Nick Andros' video was full of slander, right? You could boot that shit up, right? Get popcorn, you can put your little lolly Burger King hat on, right? and then you and your friends, right, can just like, you know, be like, that's wrong, that's slander, right? Easy content, right? But you're not doing that because you're not looking into it, and it's gonna bite you in the ass because you're an idiot.
Nara said in that clip. Yeah. Uh-huh. So how is it surprising at all that I would do the same thing for Nux?
What?
How's it surprising at all that I would be like, okay, well, you know, I don't really know what's going on. I don't really know what's going on. It's probably stupid because it almost always is stupid. So yeah. What does Nara have to say about puberty blockers? Well, I don't think that's the same thing. Right. I don't think that's the same thing. What they did was they were taking what Nara said out of context. I don't remember the exact quote, but I don't remember the exact quote.
I don't care.
I watched the video that people were talking about. No, oh, it was the Kinsey one. Was his name? Was his name Kinsey? It was that's the one. That's the one it was. It was the Kinsey thing. With like the dude, you know, the dude who like ran the experiment with like the 2 kids? And like people were saying like, oh, like see, like Nyara approves of that person.
Do I want a funny clip for a derail? Sure, send it in. Nyara VT, who got attacked by a bunch of conservatives who called her a child predator because she supports trans rights. I mean, if that's true, if that's the case, right? I mean, yeah, that's like a case of it being someone falsely accused, right? But again, this isn't that case.
And I was like, no, that's oh, sorry, Money, not Kinsey. What am I talking about? John Money, yes. So Nyara did a video on John Money, and everyone was like, see, Nyara loves John Money. I was like, what? And like, I watched the whole video, and I was like, no, that's not even what Nyara said. So like, this whole thing is particularly...
Well, I've been given a clip. What is this? Is it gonna play? Ivy, you bricked my Wi-Fi. Okay, fine. What have you sent me, Ivy? Why have you sent me a Dickus clip? Hold on. What is this?
Is one of pure...
He said it about K-Huck. What? Dude.
Was this Templar?
What the fuck is K-Huck
yeah,
done to this guy? I'm pretty sure that, I mean, not to shit talk K-Huck, right? But I'm pretty sure that Tactical Templar gets more views than K-Huck. How the fuck has he, like, reached...
That is slanderous, stickers. Very slanderous. K-Huck gets way more views.
No, to the level where he's shit talking K-Huck as well. Is it literally just anybody who shit talks him? Anybody who says anything negative about him ever? What?
degeneracy, dishonesty, and malevolence.
Dude, Templar hates K-Huck. He called her a whore and a bitch.
True.
He called her a cackling witch.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, when the man's right, when the man's right, you know, I've got to accept that. I can't even imagine what K-Huck could possibly say that would be nasty enough for him to go after her like that. K-Huck's usually pretty on the level, no?
And I've...
Oh, Templar. He doesn't like me for some reason. I can't think why. Anyway.
Annoying.
Thank you,
because
Ivy.
I always just try to give a balanced take on something. I wait for the info. Unless it's something the person said themselves, because I can just check it. Right? I can just check it myself. But if it's like, oh yeah, you know, I got like this thing and then this person said this and then like I got these logs and I don't even know the context of those logs. Why would I take any of that for... Okay.
Hey guys, remember that time when I heard people accuse someone of something and I watched the video and found out it wasn't true? That's why I shouldn't watch the Nick Andros video. True. They've already done that. They've already looked into another case where it would turn out to be false. Okay. Interesting stuff. Interesting. It's just ridiculous at the end of the day. Like, brother.
Like, put it this way, guys. Let me give you an example. So this is
because
like
again, right? What happens, right? They watch the video, they see the evidence, and they have to go next Taku bad. And if they don't see it, they can claim like, "Oh, I didn't see it, so I didn't know. So I'm going to continue to associate with this guy." That would be the logic there, right?
I heard. Okay, this is what I heard.
Oh, we already did that, Mahi.
I was talking about this with somebody.
Okay.
Who was I talking about this with? It was somebody. It was actually somebody that was like more conservative, like kind of a more right-wing person.
What does that
was
matter?
telling me that it was proof that, and again, like I haven't seen the screenshots myself.
Yeah.
Just to be very clear and very honest here, I haven't seen the screenshots myself. But what they told me, this is like their words, right? They told me, well, Nux spoke in Discord at the same time that the other person allegedly said that they were like underage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think a lot of people might see that and be like, wow, that's definitive proof that like a person knew, but it's not. Because I do this in Discord all the time. I'll go into Discord, I'll drop a one-liner and I'll leave. And I'll like immediately tab out and like talk to somebody else. So like anything else that gets posted in the scroll, I didn't even see it. So like the idea that there's no other possible explanation for that is just retarded. Yeah, this is my point. Is like I just try to be fair to people. Like when it comes to like you know coming after a person's reputation and like shitting on them, I wanna know their side of the story because it's important. Now,
Interesting. Hold on. Let me
a person's
replay that.
reputation and like shitting on them, I wanna know their side of the story.
But what if they don't say anything about it? What if they don't say anything about it? Because from my understanding, I don't think Nux has actually properly addressed it. I think that was that one clip that we covered when we covered the Nux Taku stuff originally. But from my memory, it wasn't particularly anything substantial. Let me check, actually. I believe there should be... Hold on. Hold on, chat. I hate that that song stuck in my head. Because I had to keep fucking listening to it. What was it? Nux Taku. Not Taka, not Taka, Taku. Where's the clip? Where's the clip? Where's the clip? Where's the clip? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, is this a new one? This was February. What's this one?
Slander me on purpose over here. But this was a Patreon server. For those of you that are unaware, Patreon
Okay, yeah. Here we go.
servers are inherently 18 plus because if you want to become a patron, if you want to join a creator's membership as a patron or provide membership as a creator, you must be at least 18 years old or have permission from a parent or guardian. All right. Quite literally, that obviously didn't happen. This was inherently an 18 plus Discord server. So if someone lied or stole their mom's credit card or their mom let their kid join a Discord server from a guy that was making more, you know, adult focused content on my YouTube channel, that is the parent's fault. Okay. Just to be clear, Discord server.
No, it's not. No, it's not. So again, if you want to create a Patreon account, you need to be at least 13. To join a creator's membership as a Patreon, or provide membership as a member, you must be at least 18 years old. Let's see. As we welcome people over the age of 13, we implore stricter measures to ensure their safety that ultimately translate to a zero tolerance policy. For sexualized stuff. Okay. Let's see. Let me look this up. Stop you from paying for a membership if under 18. Let's see. Oh. So I've just done a search chat. Now I think I'd have to speak to Nick Andros, but from my understanding, I don't think it was marked as 18 plus. So I could be wrong on this chat. But again, yes, again I asked, does it stop you from paying for a membership if you're under 18? Originally it says yes, right? Age requirements for adult/18 plus content. Again, this is for... Hold on. Is there a better one? Can I actually look at the thing? To purchase an offering. Interesting. Old enough to consent to the processing of personal data in your country. You must be at least 18 years or older. Again, right? It doesn't stop the responsibility from falling back on Nuxtaku, okay? Because again, it's common practice with any Discord server that you should have it age gated and have the person display their age. And here's the thing, right? As soon as you realize that this person is underage, you ban them on site. Okay? That is what your responsibility is. You see a minor in your Discord server, you ban them if you're on an 18 plus Discord server. It's why my server is 18 plus, because I don't think kids should be in commentary. That's been my standard for fucking ages. Minors should not be around commentary in general because of the kinds of topics we discuss, the kinds of things it can bring to you, the infamy, stuff like that, right? But again, the blame does not fall onto the parents. It falls onto you as the content creator. Jesus fucking Christ.
Because it's important. Now, are there cases in which like are there cases in which like
Kids are smart, they find a ways around this all the time. Yeah, exactly. Kids have been accessing this stuff for who knows how long. And again, I believe this is a point that gets brought up later into this coverage, right, by harmful opinions. But the argument is, when the natural barrier of a kid having supervision by parents, right, when parents fail to protect their kids from accessing specific content by not doing proper online safety, where they have access to a computer, a laptop, a tablet, a phone, right? When they don't do the proper online safety and put stuff like, I don't know, parental lock, stuff like that, things of that nature, and they don't monitor what their kid looks online, there's only so much they can do, right? The parent has failed there, right, in that regard. But if you are an adult and you run a space which you do not want kids in, and you find a kid in there, it is your responsibility to ban them. And again, once all that fails and you have kids joining and the parents have failed by the fact that they are the legal guardian of this child, what do you do then? You get stuff like the Discord rolling out the age verification, right? Again, age verification on Discord. Does it work sometimes? Is it annoying for people who are adults? Sure. It can be a pain. It can be difficult. You don't want to give over your private information. But the issue with with Discord's Discord ID, right? The ID verification it is solving the problem of kids getting access to 18 plus spaces and content they should not be accessing. It creates a new problem of privacy and data. But it does solve, or at least attempt to remedy, the issue of online safety. But again, it does create a different problem. So again, saying it doesn't work, it's kind of like, what's the word? You take some and you lose some. When it comes to Discord ID, that's what does end up having to put into place. But at the time Nuxtaku ran his Discord server, that wasn't in place, so responsibility does fall onto him, and responsibility is on them. I know I'm waffling, right? I feel like I'm just basically, I've rambled on for a little bit here, but the main point is, don't let kids in your Discord server. Don't let kids into online spaces that are 18 plus and mature content and topics they should not be discussing. Okay. I don't think you should be allowed to make a YouTube channel until you're over the age of 18. Genuinely. I'm sick and tired of kids getting put into places of levels of authority where that leads to things like harassment campaigns and stuff like that. That's kind of an aside to this topic specifically, but that's what I think. Where kids feel like have got the maturity of an adult because they've garnered a following, and they do stupid stuff online, and they endanger themselves and they endanger others and all that kind of stuff, and it melts the brain. But anyway, let's continue. Enough of the yen rambles, okay?
the evidence is like completely ironclad? Of course, there are cases like that, right? Are there
and
cases?
Before we continue, chat, there are 67 of you currently watching, okay? Make sure to like the stream, subscribe if you enjoy it, okay? If you want to, leave a donation. It makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. We are two donors away, chat, from getting marshmallows, okay? Awesome stuff. Yeah, Birdie, that'll be an example.
Where like people have dissected like everything that happened? Sure. And are there cases where a person says something and then they explain their position and like you still disagree with it, you still think it's awful? Yeah, of course. But the idea that I'm supposed to have an opinion when I don't even know what happened is fucking retarded. Right. So anyway, like this goes into like this entire thing. Where, like this entire mob comes after me, and then I fucking post this. I say the idea that I should give a take when I don't know the story from the accused side and without viewing any evidence at all myself is retarded. I even treated tens with the exactly the 10 situation exactly the same with this consistency. The fact you guys can't understand that is the reason you're all faking gay, which is true. By the way, this is all about hentai and BS that no one in their brain would care about. It's basically the whole you sent them pics of anime women, which means you groomed them. See, like, I don't even know what happened.
But you've just been told what happened. What do you fucking think is happening when they're referring to that?
But this is all about hentai and BS that no one...
It's all about hentai and BS. It's about kids being exposed to that content, you moron.
It's basically the whole you sent them pics of anime women, which means you groomed them. See, like, I don't even know what happened. Is Leaf getting Emmy'd? Dude, a little bit.
Emmy'd? Or like Emmy-roo? Is this what I'm getting here? Who the fuck is Emmy? Anyway.
The difference is I don't really give a fuck. These people suck. Anyway, so like this happened, and then dude, this escalated so fucking hard, and like I'm honestly okay with it, right? Like it's like, oh well, Leaflet, you should have just said nothing. Nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. If I think these people are faking gay, I'm just gonna say they're faking gay because they are. Sapphire, thank you so much for the bits. It's okay, Leaflet. I don't give a shit about next. Yeah, and the thing is, it's like that's the sentiment from a lot of people I know. A lot of people I know disagree with each other. There's plenty of people.
Thank you, just a retard, for the $2. Everything is left versus right with these people. So fucking true. Somehow it's Hassan's fault.
Both left and right that don't want to have anything to do with Nux, and there's people on the left and right that don't want anything to do with Hassan. It's the same thing. Right?
I just said his name and they said it. Okay, it writes itself at this point.
Like, I don't know. And again, the idea that they're entitled to my opinion. So anyway, so after this, right, they kind of get super mad at me in this thread, and it just kind of goes on and on, right? And you have like Tyga, like Tyga over here.
Tyga? Oh, Gilla, buddy. You have your targets here. You know what Tyga apparently replied to this saying, you know what he did to me, you know the kind of person Nux is, just more of the same. Fucking hell.
There's like kind of, yeah, talking to me about it. And hold on, I'm trying to find like, wow, I can't even find it. Wow, all of their posts are so buried actually on this algorithm. That's funny. Because it's like a completely different account. And all of their posts are buried. But, which means no one liked them. But anyway, moving on. Let's see. So there was that one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, okay, I remember where it goes now. So I said this, right? And then completely unrelated, right? Because people were talking about there being like minors on Discord and how like minors are being exposed to like bad content, right?
Entirely unrelated, you say? Interested.
And like, you
interesting,
know,
buddy.
Obviously, like I heard about it, right? Obviously, like this is like a similar thing to like what Nux was talking about, but completely aside the point from that, I was just thinking about it myself.
A similar thing. Hold on.
Similar thing to like what Nux was talking about, but
a similar thing to what Nux was talking about. Yeah, buddy. So you must know some of it.
But completely aside the point from that, I was just thinking about it myself, and I was like, why are all? Hold on. I'm like, so you're telling me that there are these kids on the internet looking at porn and their parents aren't even like...
Dog, even the chat. Normally I don't focus on chats, right? But minors are being exposed to bad content. Okay, throw their parents in jail for it. Again, it is some levels the responsibility of the adult as the first line of defense to stop a kid from accessing it. Once a kid's already in that space, you know the parent has failed. It's your responsibility to kick them out.
Monitoring like what they're looking at?
And again, another point from Nicandros' video is that Nux was basically cultivating an audience of minors. There was knowingly minors in Nux's comment sections consistently. So Nux had normalized a lot of this content, considering it was on just YouTube, right?
I was like, what? Right? I was like, what? And so like I was like, you know what? This is just me thinking about it. Just me thinking on my own. You know who's at fault? You know who has a lot of the blame here? Fucking parents. Parents need to take care of their kids. Because how are their kids getting online looking at 18 plus content? How is that possible? Right? So
don't act surprised. Don't genuinely just act surprised in how kids are accessing it. Like, just look at the internet. How do you think they're accessing it? They can lie about their age on verification stuff. Again, when it comes to most Discord servers, right, the most I will say in terms of responsibility is it's kind of an honor system, right? I don't expect people to do like what I have, where you put in your socials and then you get it compared there, and if there's a discrepancy, then obviously that can be questioned. For example, someone claiming they're 19, but their social says they're 18, or obviously when it gets caught out and it actually says they're 17 or underage, right? Then they get banned because they lied about their age in that regard, right? That's an additional thing you can do. But again, as soon as you find out that person is underage, get them out. That is just what you need to do.
So I made a post about it because I was like, dude, this is so dumb.
It's literally just clicking a button to stop a kid from accessing your server. It is so not difficult.
Like, and this was again just like a thought, like in my stream of thought, right? This is just like all of the thoughts that come to my mind, and like this is one of them that came to my mind, and so I just posted it, and I posted this cute like ogre cat because it was cute gif, right? And this one, dude, people got so fucking mad at me in the most ridiculous ways, right? The most ridiculous ways. Save Lama here saying, after seeing how some of the people are reacting to this post, yeah. So you want to know how people reacted to this post? You guys want to know? Dude, I gotta show it to you. It's actually so crazy. It's unreal.
Is it?
I couldn't believe it, actually.
Yeah, buddy?
When I was reading it, I was like, holy fuck, we are so cooked. Yeah. So anyway, Save Llama here, like, basically sums up, like, what I'm thinking is, after seeing how some people are reacting to this post, I'm concerned. The people who have a problem with this seem to think that they don't have to put in any effort or the bare minimum of effort to raising their kids properly and making sure they're safe from potential threats. That was my whole point.
You gonna show us?
Say what you will about Roblox, say what you will about all of these things. Where are the parents at? Where are they at?
Fuck me, man.
Because you remember what I said, chat? Remember what I said about how the last line of defense is you for anything. Like, when it comes to literally anything, your own personal agency is the last line of defense for anything. Whether that's whether that's self-defense.
And I will say again, I know I keep harping on this point, right? But it's a fair take, right? To say that kids have a parents have a responsibility to look after their kids, right? That's not a crazy take. But in the context of the situation, you are just fucking hell. You are then just basically going just like, well, the parents didn't stop the child from going in the server where the child was exposed to gore and porn and all this shit, right? It's gone past the parents, as I keep saying. So you have the responsibility as the adult in the situation to get them out.
In a situation, or that's taking care of your kids, you're always the last line of defense. So like, if you don't take personal responsibility for anything, you're removing like the most powerful tool that you have. Correct?
Oh, my knuckles.
Because here's the thing. These things can be bypassed. All of these like security measures can be bypassed. You know what can't be bypassed? You actually sitting down, talking to your kids and monitoring what they do. Honestly, I'm an advocate of straight up keylogging your kids. I'm not even lying. Put a fucking like thing on their computer and just keylog their entire computer. Why wouldn't you? Right? It's kind of like, yeah, I totally agree. Kids don't have a right to privacy. A keylogger and a tracker, yeah, totally. So that's kind of what I mean. Is like, why wouldn't you, right? Especially in a world where we do have the technology, right? You could throw an air tag on your kid and you could track where they go. You can do all this stuff, and you might say like, wow, that's really like, kids deserve freedom. No, they don't. Nope. I reject the entire fucking thing. Kids deserve freedom and privacy. Nope. Microchip your children. You heard it here first. Well, like a fucking cat. Like those those my cat is lost. Like, but anyway, my whole point is that it's the last line. It's the last line of defense. Like you got to be responsible for your own kids. Like at the end, right? And that's not to say that other things can't be responsible for it, right? That's not to say that other things aren't also other things do bear like a social responsibility, a social duty to like actually do things, right? But the one who has the most is the parents, because they're the ones that should be even protecting them from even getting close to this stuff. Anyway, so
yeah, and that is the thing at the end of the day, as Gillo has just said in the chat. The whole Yap Fest, and they don't even know what they're defending. Exactly. Like, I refuse to believe, right, again, this is a bit speculation on my part, but I refuse to believe that nobody has at least told them what the actual accusations are. I think they are, at some level, feigning a level of ignorance here, of being like, oh, if I don't know about it, then it's not my problem. But it's the fact you're defending someone without even knowing what the fuck you're defending, dude.
Let me see if I can find any. How to set up your kid's iPad, you destroy it. I just said just buy them a fucking Super Nintendo. Like, you just buy them like one of those old like like, you know, those like emulator like Super Nintendo classics, and just buy them that and hook it up. It's like literally impossible for it to fuck up. It's literally impossible.
Is this the whole thing? Just the parents' point? Hold on, let me look.
Oh my god, you crazy, right? This is a
Let me
different.
see.
This escalated. Chat. And this actually proves my point from earlier, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the point I said
Yeah.
about how, why should I believe anything? Why should I? Oh, I'm trying to. What did I say? I said exactly.
Fuck, how do I cope? Fuck, I forgot my own defense. Oh,
Exactly. Is why should I? Like, it's probably stupid. Now
probably.
I said it's probably stupid.
Guys, there's this guy going around called Adolf Hitler. I've heard some, like, I don't want to look into it. There's something stupid about gassing the Jews or something like that. I don't want to look into it, okay? It's probably stupid. Do you know how many people how many German people have been, like, misrepresented in media and stuff like that? I don't want to look into it. He probably did nothing. He was probably, like, you know, gassing them up, you know, like smoking, you know, like hyping them up, you know? That's what he was doing. Fuck me. Thank you very much, Bankman, for the $2 US. Where's the whip? There's a whip, there's a way. So fucking true. So fucking true. What an awful fucking comparison I've made. Speaking of whip, what have you done, RB? Have you finished it? Let me check my server. Fuck's sake. What have you made? Okay. Okay. I see it. Hold on, chat. Next time I go live, right? This'll be an emote you guys can access for members, okay? Evil stuff, okay? Thank you very much, Nabi. That's awesome. God damn it. You mean Austria's most famous painter? Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Nabi. I'll add that. I'll add it, okay? I'll add it. Okay. I don't think I can add emotes live, annoyingly. If I could, I would. But yeah.
This is literally why I said that, because of this stuff. Look at this guy's post. Look at this absolute fucking clown. They don't tell you this, but if a minor wanders into a Discord server, you can just grape them. This is like him trying to quote me, saying that 90% of society's problems can be solved by parents doing their fucking job. Yeah.
You're a fucking idiot. The whole point is that the child is at this point circumvented the parent, you mongoloid. You fucking idiot. Nicandros' whole point is that they have circumvented the parent, gotten into your Discord server, and what the fuck's gonna happen? The parents clearly failed. It is then the responsibility of the adult. Also, as Venkman has just reminded me, it is marshmallow time, chat. Thank you very much, guys, for reaching the goal. You get one whole marshmallow. Thank you very much, guys, for supporting the stream. Okay? It helps me out a lot. It helps me, you know, fund my crippling monster addiction. It helps me fund thumbnail for the different videos that I'll be working on very soon. The thumbnail for it's done. I'm waiting on the Italian, chat. Okay? So, the reason why the video hasn't come out yet, you can blame the Italian. It's all his fault. Okay. Let me set this up. But yes, chat. You help me out a lot, okay? I do appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Right. And for reaching the goal, chat, you get another goal, okay? Thank you so much for supporting the channel, okay? If liking, subscribing, being here, it's more than enough. For those little donations, they do help me that extra little bit. But yes, chat. Let's continue. We're not even into the videos. Oh my god. We've got this.
Like, this is such an insane reach. Like, what the fuck? What kind of rebuttal is that? This is why, exactly. This is exactly why in the first place, when they told me, Leaflet, are you gonna watch the video about the Nux thing? I said it's probably stupid. Right? That's why I said it. Because they do this all the fucking time. All the time. So like, why should I believe anything they say at face value? If they lie all the time, they lie, they talk shit, they make shit up, they
Lie? Brother. Okay.
straw man, they do this all the time. Why should I believe them? Why should I like hear a single thing that they say and be like, oh, that's probably in good faith? Why the fuck would I? So this was like his take, right? And then I just, and he goes, and then he posts like, not exactly a direct quote, but it's identical on principle. It's the parents' fault. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is. Is it only the parents' fault? Is it only the parents' fault? No, you fucking idiot.
Oh, so you don't agree with Nux? You don't agree with Nux's take, even though you've been hard following it, okay? It's like the fucking, again, I hate to bring it up because fuck me, man. It's literally the case of, like, the fucking people when the Hassan stuff was happening, when Collargate happened, when they were they were all following the same narrative for like a split second, right? And then they all crumbled immediately. They all crumbled immediately. I'm going to replay part of this.
Discord server, because as I'm sure he mentioned this in the longer video, I'm not trying to say that he tried to slander me on purpose over here, but this was a Patreon server. For those of you that are unaware, Patreon servers are inherently 18 plus, because if you want to become a patron, if you want to join a creator's membership as a patron, or provide membership as a creator, you must be at least 18 years old or have permission from a parent or guardian. All right. Quite literally, that obviously didn't happen. This was inherently an 18 plus Discord server. So if someone lied or stole their mom's credit card, or their mom let their kid join a Discord server from a guy that was making more, adult focused content on my YouTube channel, that is the parents' fault. Okay.
The parents' fault.
Just to be clear, Discord server.
The parents' fault. Solely the parents' fault, chat. Just like the leaflet has been saying the entire time, up until now, it is the parents' fault until they got absolutely touched by Nicandros, okay? Absolutely diddled, left to sideways, okay? Awful way of saying that phrase. But you get the point, right?
Everyone fucking knows this. Holy shit, dude.
If everyone knows it, why don't you say it?
Like, it's actually unreal.
Again, your whole point up until now has just been focusing on the parents.
And then, and literally, oh my god, you know, I just realized, oh my god. Oh my god, chat. He literally, I just noticed this. He literally quote retweeted me saying that it's both. He literally did. Oh. They don't tell you this. They don't tell you this, but if a mind wanders in the Discord server, you could get rich.
Dude, Leaflet's coping so fucking hard. I think they've just realized, whilst they were yapping their way into a defense, that they've just now been met with these. They've all been, you know, the lolicon fucking blood was churning in their brain, right? Sloshing from side to side. Absolute human rage coming out of the ears, right? Absolutely going crazy with the defense that it's solely the parents' fault. And then they make the unfortunate move of bringing up the Nicandros tweet and realizing, fuck, I did have a point where I said that. Oh no, I've diddled my own fucking argument.
Damn, I could drip it down. Right, look, read this shit. Look what I said. Question, if a kid wanders into a Discord server, can you just groom them and it will be the parents' fault? Grooming them is immoral, and yes, it is the parents' fault. Yeah. If I say it's immoral, am I not also saying that they're at fault? And then look, both can be true simultaneously. Yeah.
So it is Nuxtaku's fault. Can we get a round of applause for Leaflet, chat? That's gonna get clipped. Fuck!
It could be bad. It could be bad on both of their parts. Like, dude, you know that quote, dude? There's like that quote that's like, half of discourse is like leftists pretending to not know, pretending, like acting retarded and like pretending like they don't know what they're talking about. This is like literally this. They like pretend to know your argument and they take it in the worst possible way because they're not in good faith. The millennial rose tree, yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is what I mean. And so, like, they said this, believes that parents are at fault for minors being groomed from being groomed, okay? Leaflet believes that parents are at fault for minors being groomed in Noctaku's patron Discord. I said, yes, I could dribble down on it if it's true. So if...
Why did you double down on it then, you idiot? You're flip-flopping your argument. Just say yes. And the people involved in the Discord server.
If minors are being groomed in Noctaku...
Mate, if a kid wanders into a Discord server, you can just groom them and it will be the parents' fault. Groom them is immoral. And yes, it's the parents' fault. Wait. Hold on. If the kid wanders into a Discord server, you can just groom them, and it will be the parents' fault. Grooming them is immoral, yes, and it is the parents' fault. So her issue is with the groomer and the parents. Not Nextaku. That's how I'm reading that anyway.
His patron Discord? It's also the parents' fault, yeah. Uh-huh. And I just posted this. I just said, you're so dumb, it's fucking unreal, actually. Like, cause like, why would I engage with this in good faith? Why would I? A person that says, they don't tell you this, but if a minor wanders into a Discord server, you can just rape them. Why would I take that in good faith? Right? So I just told him, like, you're so dumb, it's unreal. Like, how could you be this stupid? And then, like, he goes on this whole thing, like, tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me how I'm wrong. Now, here's the thing. Could I tell him how he's wrong? Could I?
Will you?
Yeah.
Will you?
I could tell him why he's wrong.
Are you gonna?
But why would I?
Are you
why
gonna?
would I even accept their argument in the
Are you
first
touched?
place is valid?
Are you touched?
Why would I give them the benefit of respect for such a fucking stupid argument? Why would I?
The stupid argument being don't let kids in Discord server. Fuck. Oh, I have to laugh. It's just so moronic.
Why would I engage with him in good faith? An argument like this. Right? So I just told him, it's a waste of time. I don't argue with retards. Cause why would I?
Bro.
Like, if you already show off the rip, that you're in bad faith, why the fuck should I even talk? Why should I talk with you? For what reason? Why would I subject myself to that? Like, why would I subject myself to that kind of thing when you're not even coming at it in good faith in the first place? And then he goes, "Oh, you want to see another one where he's too fucking stupid? He's too fucking stupid to get it. By the way, do you want to see it? Do you want to see it? Right here. Do you have any adult characters in your reaction folder?" I just typed classic. You know why I typed classic? I typed classic because this is all these people do. Oh, you use a lowly gift. This is what they do all the time. Do you have any adult characters in your reaction folder? By the way, this wasn't even from my reaction
The
folder.
rage bait is so fucking funny.
You know how stupid this is? I got this from X.
It wasn't in my reaction folder. Now I have a separate folder for that.
I literally did this. You see this right here? And then you click on this button here. Okay? And then I just type anime. And I forgot exactly what I typed here. I forgot exactly what I typed for that one. But I just do this, and then I find a good image, and then I click it.
Like a good image.
Hold on. But
Notices how
I just do this, and then I find
they're like fuck. These are
good
all lolly characters.
image.
These are all men.
And then I click it.
Dog.
So like I didn't even get it from my folder. They're like actually so dumb, it's unreal. Like I can't believe it. So anyway, I just posted like it's a waste of time to argue with retards. And then he goes, "Do you have any adult characters in your reaction folder?" And I just said classic because this is what they always do. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? These people, they always do this. Oh well, you know what? You like this character that's flat chested and short. That's what they do every time. So I just typed classic because I don't even want to engage with it. I'm just like, well, not engage. I do like engaging, not only, but like.
If you do like engaging, then why aren't you engaging? Lovely voice crack, by the way. If you like engaging, why aren't you just answering? Why aren't you doing it here? Just do it now. The floor is yours. And yet you're choosing to be like, Hassan Baika, I'm coming to kill. Anyway.
I don't even want to give it any validity. It's like,
if no one's seen that clip, I probably just sounded insane right now.
So stupid. It doesn't deserve more than like one word. Right? And then look what he says here. When someone jokes about you being a nonce, the winning move is to imply that you get it more often. So like he's basically saying that me saying classic is saying that people have said this to me a lot. People have never said this to me. This is like one of the only times I can't even think of a time before this that somebody has said this to me. But he's implying that like he didn't even like the joke just went it went completely over his head. Like,
The joke?
It's just bad. Anyway.
The joke? Was it? Hell, like, I wouldn't have even seen it. It's like you... Sorry. Oh, fuck, I got hair in my mouth, fuck. I wouldn't even have seen it as, like, anything, like, malicious. It's the fact he made the joke, right? Of, do you have any adult characters in your reaction folder? And you're just like, you didn't even get the point of the joke. I intentionally picked Lolicon. Again, the saying it's a joke means that picked it intentionally. Why are you saying this? Why would you say you just found it randomly? And then claim it's the point of the joke. I'll hit play, I'm dying.
So I just, at this point, I was like, I'm not even gonna talk to this guy anymore. He's so stupid. He's so stupid. Like, I'm not even gonna respond anymore. Waste of fucking time. Waste of life. Right?
But so
more ad hominem level.
snark.
Okay. So, anyway. So what happened was, this is the guy people were telling me to watch his video. And people were like, why don't you just watch the Nick Andrews video? Leaflet, go watch the Nick Andrews video. You know what I said? I said, because you're all telling me to watch it, and you're trying to shove this down my throat, even more I don't want to watch it. I commit to watching it, to not watching it even more. The more that you do this, the more I don't want to watch it, right? And like, I just kept saying that. And I just basically said, you know what? I'm never watching it. Don't care. Even if I want to watch it, not doing it. Don't care anymore.
You clearly care.
I'm doing it like purely out of spite at this point.
You care so much.
And I've always been like this. Like when people try to force me to do something, I want to do it even less. Like the more that people try to force me against my will to do something, the less I'm going to do it.
Weaponized ADHD. The fucked up server claims. Oh, fuck. Speaking of fucked up servers, they not may better be looking into the Nuxtaku video. But we are gonna be looking. Fuck, did I just delete my fucking folder? Fuck, hold on, chat. Let me get this back up. Hold on. I accidentally just deleted the thing that I had prepped for the fucking stream because I'm a pro streamer. And guys, if you are enjoying the stream, okay, make sure to hit like, subscribe. If you want to, donate, hit the bell, do all the fun things, okay? Let me go to my playlists. Fuck me, I guess. Here we go. There we go to the full playlist. Here we go, chat. So, we're watching 4 videos, chat. I know. Let's do it by the oldest. Here we go. So, Harmful Opinions made 4 different videos, from my understanding, talking about Leaflet. We may go on and off of these, because I do want to see a thing, where there was a podcast, I believe, hosted by Mama Octo, where they talk about all this stuff, which will be interesting to see. But yeah, we're going to be looking into this person. Now, it's interesting that Leaflet did not want to look into the coverage talking about Nuxtaku, his content, and his degenerate Discord server. Well, it kind of opened the door for people to look into Leaflet's server and see what the fuck's going on. And that's exactly what we're going to be watching today, chat. God, my throat is killing me. The utter yap sesh I've been doing today, chat, actually murdered me. But yeah.
Oh wow, a VTuber is actually going to take a look at that Nuxtaku video. Oh, she didn't look at it at all. And even just yapping around it and dodging anything where she'd have to think or have any sort of spine, she still managed to disappoint me. Leaflet is one of those supposedly religious people who pretend to be a cartoon on the internet and has all the fire in the world to spit at every other thing she looks at. Clearly understands how filth rots its surroundings and radiates outwards, affecting us all. But on the matter of the corruption of the next generations online, is fixated on the culpability of the parents, ignoring entirely that what she's looking at is the next wave of parents who aren't going to look after their kids and in fact will think all of what happens in the dark corners of Discord is fine. These are the people who are going to be the adults your kids are around in real life. Where are the parents, she asks.
Where are the parents at? Where they at?
She knows where, though. A huge chunk of her content is talking about that. All these influences in the world didn't show up 5 years ago. The negligent or messed up parent of today was the kid being corrupted yesterday. It's a vicious cycle that needs to be broken somewhere, unless you're just okay with living in hell. I find that saying, "Not my fault, teehee," is little comfort as the world collapses around you. Let's be fair, though. People wanting you to address stuff that has nothing to do with you is probably stressful. I could hear the tension in Leaflet's voice. She sounded like a 3-year-old with a severe temporomandibular deformity for the entire video. But I'm not personally aware of any tangible connection she has to the Nux stuff. So I get it, kinda sucks people are pressing you to make comment on something like that. So instead, to make it more relatable and comfortable, let me give her something of her own to address. But first, imagine this. There is a community hall, a space where people can gather and talk about a bunch of different things at a bunch of different tables. It's not necessarily targeted at kids, but kids 13 and up are explicitly welcome, and they do hang out there. Now, at the back of this hall, there is a walled-off area. That's where the porn theater is, and the adults who are hanging out in the mixed space pop in and out of there to masturbate together. So it's not just kids and adults hanging out, it's kids and adults who are there specifically to look at porn hanging out. Now, that seems totally insane to me, but this actually outlines how many Discord servers are run and how Leaflet's own is run. People have all sorts of arguments and hypotheticals about why that's fine, why it's safe, why it's a good idea, why it's okay. Personally, I prefer reality, so let's look at what actually happens when a server is arranged like this. Let's see what actually happens in Leaflet's server. Meet Nur. Nur is an active user on Leaflet's Discord who was granted the Adults tag. This is acquired by contacting mods and gives you access to the Adults channel. While the split between the mixed age areas and the adult channel is razor sharp and based on some kind of verification, I don't know what they do, the behavior of the users who pass between these two spaces isn't quite so night and day. In the Blue Archive game channel that is open to everyone, early last year, Knur posted a picture of some character or other and said, "Ooh, oh, if you're not familiar, this is a lolicon thing." Another post from Knur should explain it. They say, "I'm a simple man, I see cunny, I ooh oh, crying emoji."
What the fuck? Okay.
And this person talks about cunny a lot on the server. If you don't understand what that means, I'll put it in the context of one of their conversations. Nur says, women lose sexual value as they mature, and men gain sexual value as they mature. This predisposes us to prefer different ages. Exceptions exist, obviously. Shortly after they say, hag love is unnatural, embrace cunny. Now that you understand, I'll hop back to that Blue Archive channel post.
Sweet Christ. So there's just flat out lolicons in this Discord server.
Someone responds to ask, how old is she? Nur says, Your Honor, she told me she was old enough. The other user responds, alright, since I'm 13, I'm maybe good for now anyway. Zam. Nur says,
Brother. Okay.
Damn. Bro just admitted to being a toddler. At least I'm honest. That's a good thing. I'm going to go ahead and say that interactions like this shouldn't be happening. But, as I said earlier, we're going to be very fair. Maybe Leaflet or her mods would agree. Maybe they just didn't see it. So let's look at something mods did see multiple times. Meet Black. On the 24th of September 2025, Black posted a couple of screenshots and said help. In these screen caps, which I think are from VR chat or something similar, someone had added him and asked his age. He had told them he's 14. A user in Leaflet's chat makes a good suggestion. Block, report, nope out. But why, says Black. What if she's my age? You don't want to see my username for Meta or the newer messages, by the way. Another user says women don't talk to men online, it's a bot or a man. Black says cap. The good advice user says no one normal is going to chat with you with that username. She's correct about that. The fact that she didn't nope is a major red flag. Also, are you actually 14? If so, you need to be very careful online. True, there's discussion on how to be safe and how using Discord that young is a bad idea. Black complains
Based.
about how he's treated just because he's a kid, and finally, the mods are pinged. P-Dog says, at moderators, underage user. The mod Crazy responds, okay, we'll make sure to not give them the role for the hentai channel. It is not against the rules to be under 18 here, just don't be a retard or Tylenol user.
Fuck me, okay.
Geo says, Crazy is my favorite mod. P-Dog posts a meme. And another mod called Dackerbird says, also, don't get groomed, kid. Discord is a dangerous place. Now, there's something I didn't show you. Did you catch that? First, though, let me explain something. I'm censoring Black's name because they claim to have been 14, and currently they would be 15. And that's normally as far as people think about it. But they might also actually be an adult, pretending to be a minor, talking like this. And what would that mean? You don't mess around when stuff like this is happening. You pay attention. Unless you're okay with a kid making themselves a target, or a predator operating on your server, depending on whether they're telling the truth or lying. Now, what I didn't show you were the two pictures he posted. In the first, you just see the person making contact with him in whatever this is. In the second image, though, three things jump out immediately. You've got him telling this stranger he's 14. You can see, though, that the messages are scrolled up a bit. In the top left, you can see that the latest message he sent this person was, can I see your boobs?
Brother. And this is why you don't have kids in your fucking Discord server and you don't let them into the spaces. Even if you have a server which has... Okay, again, from this example, right? From my understanding, from just this brief explanation, Leaflet has a server where anyone can join of any age. but they have the explicit stuff separated. Like they have like roles to stop people from viewing certain channels, right? Again, the problem with that is you have got inherently degenerate people who are going to be there for that degenerate content, mingling with kids. Now, not all of the degenerates are going to be child touchers, right? But there's a higher chance of those kinds of people being in there because they're into that fucking weird crap. I mean, hell, you even have that one user who was into like, who was a blatant lolicon, right? Who we saw who was in the server.
My opinion, whether he's telling the truth about his age or not, at this point, axe the guy. Get rid of him. Mods have been pinged into a highly suspect conversation. Surely they looked at these pictures. But it gets much worse. On the right-hand side of this second image, Black's Discord is open. Whoever he's messaging says hi. He says, what's up? They say, none much, just chilling, my headache better. He says, Dubs, would you show thighs? You are 17, right? Solicitation of nude pictures from someone he believes to be under 18. Whether Black is actually 14 or an adult pretending to be 14, no! A couple months later, mods are once again alerted to Black's behavior. He constantly talks about sexual things and his thirst for femboys, and it annoys the other users.
Yeah.
Sean says to him, seriously, man, stop trying to force your gay femboy shiz onto everyone else to avoid accepting that you are gay. Black responds to an earlier post and says, my dude, I'm 15. Yagami VT says, mods, in all caps. Floating Cheese says mods. Jackie the Frost says mods. Holy Dandere actually tags them, and so does Yagami. Jackie the Frost says, underage user. Black says,
So you'd think they get rid of the Maya, right?
it's not illegal. Julio shows up confused. Yagami says it's against the rules of the Discord, MF. Julio says it's not against the rules. Julio, by the way, is not just a mod. He is Leaflet's producer. You can see that on his LinkedIn, and also here's a clip of Leaflet.
On YouTube, I'm not even the head decision maker. I have a producer handling that. His name is Julio.
They have a giggle about it, and editor seems more accurate. But who am I to argue with the guy's CV? Nun163 says to Black, 15 and you want to F dudes? You're chopped, cooked, and bald, my guy. Black responds, I already said I'm 15, broski. Holy Dandere says this server is 18 plus, dingus. Black says cap. Julio asks where it says that. Floating Cheese says 15 and already gay and porn addicted. Now Julio is correct, and the presence of minors is referred to in the rules, in a very strange rule. Rule 6. Act like responsible adults. Even if you may not be 18, know that this is treated as an adult server.
Interesting. That's such a weirdly loose rule as well. Because again, like I said before, you create an issue where you've got overlap of inherently degen people interacting in spaces where there will be children present, even if it's not the age-gated chat. And again, the mod's defense is it's not against the rules. Now, there was that previous conversation where it's just like, the safeties of being online, right? That's good to have, right, with a child. But if you are, again, repeatedly seeing this from this child, it's time to get rid of them from your server, or just never have them there in the first place. And I feel like I'm going to keep looping on that specific point, because it is just such a concrete answer to these problems. But yeah.
Lots of ways to interpret that. Here's how Black interprets it. It says you can be a minor, but act like adult. That certainly is what he's doing. Mods are fully aware he's not being stopped. Okay, your life could be a lot easier if you just nuked kids on site and kept a damper on pervert stuff, so if they do get in, it's not going to be...
Because again, what's the end, what's like the cap on that rule, right? Act like an adult. Adults do a lot of things, right? Clearly, the context here is the kid is talking about, like, sexual stuff, right? Sexual discussions are happening around the kid. The kid's clearly, like, asking for, like, explicit stuff on VR chat, right? That is an adult thing that adults can do because they can consent. They are not an adult, is the thing. They are a child. They cannot consent. That is the problem with a rule like that.
The end of the world. Easy for me to say though, because I'm not a porn-addicted queer who enjoys hanging out and sharing spank bank material with others. So I suppose I need to check my privilege there. I'm not Christian like them, I don't have a Bible study channel, so I guess in my faithless state
Not
I'm
the Bible study in the fucking degen server, okay, dude.
blind to the need for this. Now, Black will be reported to mods one more time, and this third time, a lot of very, very strange stuff occurs. I've got like 50 screen caps. I'm going to show the whole situation, but I'm not going to read everything. Hello, femboy trans Indian, says Black. Oh, hey, look, it's Ner from earlier. Mpreg reaction. It says not trans and light version. Black asks them, thigh highs? Kazai reports them. tags mods and says minor acting like a horn dog in general chat. Black calls them a snitch. There's a bunch of continued chit chat. Black says goodbye, but he doesn't leave. Finally, Julio, Leaflet's mod and employee, shows up. I have a ping here, he says. Black says, I admit, I am the wrongdoer. Time me out, mod. I must learn. Julio says, Julio makes a poll asking, ban the minor, yes or no, and says, your fate will be decided by chat. Other users support it. Black says, a ban is too harsh, sir. Perhaps a warn. Dave Boy shares a picture of Black talking about his sexuality and age. Black says, if it's necessary, then goodbye, people. Julio says, I accept PayPal to change your ban to timeout. I have seen
What?
fans of Leaflet say that this was an obvious.
I think your screen chat UI is broke. Oh, fuck. Okay, yeah, I know why. Hold on. Let me get rid of these. It's because of the groups. It's the Fuji groups that I have when Mahi and people are normally here. Why is it still showing that? Oh, it's because I have that one open. Thanks for telling me. It's fixed now. Thank you.
Joke. However, Julio has in fact accepted money to do things on the server using his mod powers before. For instance, he accepted $5 over PayPal to give someone else a name change. His PayPal link is not exactly hidden, so what would the punchline of that joke have been? Getting paid by this person who says they're a kid and is...
Yeah, exactly. You are getting paid to allow a minor in a space where they could be exposed to predation and grooming, and clearly illicit and sexual conversations.
behaving like that to let them stay? I don't get the joke and I don't find it very funny. Black says, I'm a kid, why would I have money? Julio says, we all know you steal your single mother's card for Robux. Black says, very well. Julio then offers for anyone to PayPal him 20 to stay. Leaflet's employee is trying to sell the server continued access to someone who says they're a kid and, quote, acts like a horn dog. This is one of the most insane things I have ever seen on Discord. You know, if you think about it, it's really the parents' fault that my producer is auctioning children in my Discord. Then Black ends up saying, True, it's clearly the parents' fault at that point. Goodbye now, I will send myself out. Julio responds, go on, do it then. The users continue to chit-chat about this and that until eventually they talk about Black again. The 15th Watcher says, hello everyone, how are y'all doing? Dave Boy says they kicked out a miner, so fantastic. Well, rather he surrendered. The 15th Watcher says, yeah, I know, he won't get out of my DMs. What? Dave Boy says, question mark. Why? Asks Ordo. 15th Watcher responds, he keeps saying sus things about me despite me not being a miner. What? Did he need $20? Asks Dave Boy. Kiss of Envy says, the block button is OP. 15th Watcher says, he's a simp and keeps wanting me to send thigh pics. Dear viewer, please remember this. Sounds like you
What the fuck?
should have blocked him a while ago. WTF is his issue. In response to the block button suggestion, the 15th Watcher says, I feel too bad for him. Dude, you just like kids. You 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 are a danger. Fuck off with that. Dog, don't feel bad for a child. What are you talking about? What are you actually talking about? Get them the fuck out. Tell them to stop asking people that. What are you doing? Block them on sight, or if you really feel it necessary, tell them, no, that is bad. Do not do it. That is dangerous. Do not do that. It is dangerous. Then block them. It is that simple. How simple is it for people to stop talking to kids online? As before with this person, what? Dave responds quizzically. Kiss says, he's a minor though. No point in talking to him. The 15th Watcher says, he is so desperate. Kiss says, he needs to find friends his own age, not adults on the internet. They're committing an R. Kelly. Leaflet's committing an R. Kelly by pissing on my boots and saying it's raining. Dave Boy says, do not negotiate with horny little boys that want femboy thigh pics. 15th Watcher says, good point. Guess they just never really thought about this. It really is complex, isn't it? They briefly discuss how Black was doxing himself to them. I don't know if that's true or not, and I don't trust these people to be able to check. Dave Boy says, do not porn brain the youth. You made the right call. And the next message is from Julio, the mod. Leaflet's employee, the one called a producer who seems to be an editor. Given the conversation he's been watching, what do you think he says? Take a guess. 3. Says this is bad, gets rid of them, is what the rational human would do, right? 2. 1. He has not been banned yet. The other users, what the fuck, had to continue to work to convince him to finally ban Black. Finally, it's over. Guys, remember when, like, Leaflet was just like, it's the joke, guys. It's the joke that I sent the lolly reaction gif, okay? Is this also the joke where they endanger kids? Except for one thing. Do you remember that person who said, oh, they didn't want to block him because he's so desperate? He's constantly trying to riz them, begging for thigh pics. After what appears to be the moment of the actual ban finally happening, that That person goes on to talk about how he's constantly trying to date them. They know he's constantly trying to flirt with adults. By the way, this idea that, oh, if two people say they're underage, doing that stuff together is fine. No, that's exactly how sextortion happens.
Yeah.
That's how predators get their victims. Besides the point though, if black is the age they say they are, which this person certainly believes, something I think is pretty damn bad has occurred. 23 minutes after the actual ban, the 15th watcher says, I already have dread thinking about my past interactions with him. I sent him a fully covered and clothed thigh picture once to get him to shut up.
What the
I fear
fuck? You solicited a minor with pictures.
it made it much, much worse. I never imagined I'd find my
You normalized and thought that asking for that was okay, and then they would get what they want. That is essentially what you have done there.
myself saying this, but apparently it needs to be stated. If someone on the internet claiming to be a child is pursuing you, do not send them pictures of your thighs, clothed or not. And the people
True.
observing this, including Julio, Leaflet's mod and employee, apparent editor, producer, so on. This is just normal to you people?
I think the depravity is too far, chat. I think it's gone too far. I think this is what you get. This is the fruit of degeneracy. That's what this is. It's the absolute fruit of degeneracy and depravity.
Yesterday, I uploaded a video which, amongst other things,
Oh, that was, sorry, it's autoplay because of the playlist. Pretty fucking good video. Pretty good video, okay, to start this off with. Now we're on to the second one, guys, because we are doing catch-up on this topic. Because I am aware that Templar throws his hat into the ring at some point. So, let's continue. And then my mouse fucks up. This one's Leaflet's Discord mods respond. Okay.
pointed out an individual in Leaflet's server who just a couple months ago was talking about how another user who claimed to be 15 was trying to rizz them up, begging to date him, begging for pictures, so on and so forth. A mod and employee called Julio was clearly reading this conversation and stepped in to say that the guy saying he's 15 has not been banned, only banning him later under more pressure from the users. A little while later, the user who said this person who claims to be 15 was pursuing them explained that they once sent him a picture of their thigh, fully clothed, to get him to shut up. And I suggested that this is totally insane, clothed or not. In Leaflet's community, this appears to be the main thing that was picked up on, and people demanded action. A mod who goes by Precure in Leaflet's Discord actually took it very seriously. They even went as far as calling it grooming. Here is what Leaflet's mod had to say about the 15th watcher, the person who sent the photo. 15th is the one getting groomed here, bros. And posts evidence in the form of the person who claimed to be 15 saying, "Wanna go out, I have super good riz." Perhaps that's irresistible to people like you. I would simply not send the child a picture of myself, of any kind. Prior to that, Precure was complaining about my video, calling it bad faith and complaining that it doesn't give them a clear idea of anything wrong happening. And they in fact have counter evidence that I suppose they're upset I didn't include. You see, they have evidence that the child was asking for it very aggressively. Someone asks Precure,
It doesn't matter if the child's asking for it aggressively. You're the adult. What are you talking about? Oh, lovely voice crack. For a very serious point. A child cannot groom an adult. That is insane. I don't care who says it. I think that is an insane thing to say. That is not a thing that happens at all. I've never seen that happen.
what they're trying to prove, and they explain that they're proving it's a 15-year-old taking advantage of that person. There's no power imbalance because they're both retarded. I was told this was a based VTuber community, but that is literally the wokest thing I have ever heard in my life. Goth asks, where's the controversy? Precure says, they're trying to get us to ban the retard who got groomed by the minor. In response to the earlier post about there being no power imbalance, Kiss of Envy says, forget the power imbalance then.
The adult that groomed by the minor. Oh, hi, Morgan.
The fact a legal adult is sending any sort of provocative pics to a minor is a problem. Precure responds, I mean he's 15. It's not like he's grooming an 8-year-old. Julio says, guys, stop asking for pictures of people. Kiss responds, even if it's a clothed thigh pic, it's a liability for an adult to be sending any kind of pics to minors honestly. It's a liability to everyone. Julio says, I agree, which is why I asked when did it happen and why he wasn't banned, or at the very least told to stop being stupid. As I showed at the start of this video, it happened 2 months ago and they weren't banned because you were in the conversation and chose not to do that, Julio. Ultimately, Precure does ban the weirdo. But not because of any of that. Because of the worst thing, of course. The hypocrisy. I banned him because he was staunchly an anti-pedo Andy, but also DMing teenagers. You can't be both of those at the same time unless you're projecting and actually a pedo. So long as you do that stuff and say it's good, you're clear? What is wrong with all of these people? I feel like this server has been created to make me lose my mind. The child auction from the last video had me sitting at my computer, unable to move for like 20 seconds. Stun locked. But this was a short video, but you know, when people address things I cover, I should cover that too, right? All these based VTubers are like religious communities too, right?
Right.
So let's end with a religious message. You guys know
Oh.
the story of the flood? That's sort of how I view all the incoming changes and regulations to the internet and all its platforms. The digital world has been allowed to fester and rot entirely, and so what do we get? A digital world-ending event. People like to say this is happening because parents don't do their job. But I have some bad news. That's actually the first part of the argument for regulation and restriction. It goes like this. It's the parents' responsibility. They've abdicated that responsibility. Therefore, we get to step in, create a vacuum, and it will be filled. You're not countering them. You're agreeing with them. Dipshit. We never had much of a chance against it, but the only chance we did have was to develop a culture of zero tolerance for this shit. To be able to say,
Yes.
no, actually, you don't need to replace the role of the parents. The basic duty that every adult has towards protecting children is enough, just like it is in real life. It should be enough to just go after and deter the people who have done and would do something wrong. That's all we need from you, power. Thanks. We're not savages. This isn't Hell World. But it is. But the most basic values have gone out the window. Our culture in real life is a rotting patchwork, and online, it's worse. Essentially, none of this will be happening if people could just simply not be totally insane. The fault of the parent is negligence. Whether or not anything happens to their kid, they have done something wrong if they aren't looking after them. The fault of the person who does things with or to that kid is what they have done. The fault of the observer is inaction. It is good to do things about that which you are able. And not only that, to not do so creates space.
Again, there is a thing that a lot of people who have got a fucking job, right, that Leaflet probably does not have. There is a thing called active bystander training. And at least from my memory, from their training, because it was a hot minute ago, because I think we had to do it once every year, is basically telling you, do not just stand by and watch something happen. Now, this does not mean you get in front of a bullet, right? If you see something like, for example, in the context that it's used for a lot in work training, right? It is a case of, how do I say this? Someone's being harassed, someone's being put in danger. Okay, in the military sense, someone's acting shady. It could involve, and that could obviously, or like something to do with their finances or something like that. It could mean many number of different things. And what do you do in that situation? You report it to HR. You report it to your superior officer, someone in your chain of command. You report it, right? You don't just sit on your ass and do nothing and then surprised when someone joins Al Qaeda or ends up like committing suicide later down the road, right? You see it, you catch it, and you sort it, right? That is like what you do in that situation. And when you go ahead and apply that to this space, a lot of people will go ahead and be like, oh, you know, their parents meant to stop them, right? They are meant to stop them, but you are in a situation where there is no parent present in this digital space. They are not here. It's like, how's a better example, right? You see a kid walking alone on the street, right? They look clearly afraid, right? Their parent isn't around. The parent has failed their responsibility to look after their child. What do? And for example, if it's a shopping center, you take them to the customer service. You escort them and take them out of the dangerous environment. And obviously, there's the parallel there with a child being in a Discord server, which has got degenerate content and people who are into lolicon. But yeah.
Space for power to creep in. You guys are gamers, right? How has the games industry historically countered government intervention? They don't just go, oh, parents should be able to control this. Oh no, guess we'll get regulated. Nothing I could do, dude. It's actually the fault of people who pointed out that kids gambling is bad, right? That would be retarded. Even if you don't personally care, like the games industry certainly doesn't, you're going to get rammed up the ass with that strategy. And that's the strategy we've collectively chosen for years and years and years. So guess what happens to us? You can argue as much as you want that jumping out a window shouldn't hurt you, but eventually you're going to hit the ground, and blaming others will do little to heal your shattered legs. Someone asks Precure what they're trying to prove.
Oh, fuck. And that was the whole video? Interesting. Okay.
Oh
now, I think we're on to the Mama Octo snack, okay? Good video, chat. Good video. I was trying to pull up the podcast, actually, but I think we'll get a clip of it at some point. I do want to look at that just as by itself. But yeah, I'm going to hit play.
He's taking this at face value so hard. Oh my gosh. You know, chat, I'm autistic as fuck. And sometimes I can't tell when somebody's fucking with me, all right? It's happened more often than I would like to admit, all right? More often than I'd like to admit, okay? But I can tell right there that he is intentionally f***ing with him. That's what he's doing.
Mama Oko had been told earlier by the chat that Precure said they were deliberately trolling for
What have you sent me, Fishy? What have you sent me? Where's this? You know, there's a reason why I like mute my desktop whenever people send me stuff now. Thanks, Fishy.
attention. He left that as a big if true instead of simply doing a 2-second search in the server he says he's in.
Podcast is under the T. Thank you very much, man.
Say they wanted to get my attention and wanted to be in the video, but those posts were like this. I guess they win in the end. Their extended discussions of grooming ethics are not part of that. But before I show you those, Leaflet herself went onto Mama Arco's stream to defend this mod and respond to the situation in general. Leaflet talks about the Discord server not being hers.
And you had already told me it's not even your server. Was it started by you, or how does that work?
I can clear it up real quick.
Yeah.
Basically, it's a server, like it's a fan server for the community. I don't get a vote in moderation. I don't do any moderation on it.
Interesting. 12th of the 2nd, 2025. I don't personally get involved unless it's just an easy ban, says Leaflet. I don't normally involve myself in Discord since I don't run it, but if I catch you using slurs in a bad faith manner, I will personally send you to the Shadow Realm. 30th of the 6th, 2025. Don't post needlessly edgy jokes. It can get the server in trouble. Fair enough. I do the same with Twitch chat and stuff. So I'm going to have to time them out / remove them, says Leaflet.
I don't actually do any enforcement action at all.
If what I showed was the last time you were doing it, that's only been true for barely over half a year.
In fact, the funny thing is when it comes to there being
Again, if your mods are being shit, you need new mods. End of the day. Hi, Hex.
younger people on the server, I said just nuke all of them. I don't care, right? I don't care about that.
Oh, I just don't care. Haha, let it happen. Turns out when Leaflet said it's the parents' fault, she was literally talking about her mother, the mod. This is bullshit. Grow a spine. You're happy to
I forgot about that. Leaflet's mother runs the Discord. Or at least is a moderator for Leaflet's Discord. Dog, imagine being a parent, right? And you have to run your kid's Discord server. Ugh. This is so fucking ironic. That's so fucking ironic. It's the parent's responsibility to look after the child. Leaflet, your mother failed you.
earn money off of it directly as your official Patreon server. You should also be happy to not let insane shit happen on it. Getting rid of it or actually ditching it is also an option.
I don't really have anything to do with which channels get added, or anything like that.
3 days ago, your mod Crazy claimed otherwise. I don't have any control, just the authority to demand a channel stays, and the ability at any time to revoke your blessing and association. The claim that you can only make suggestions when you do have the power to force them doesn't mean anything. Leaflet then confirms that her mom owns it.
But did you start it, or people are saying that your mom actually owns it?
My mom started the Lolicon Discord server, said Leaflet.
The reason my mom owns it is in case that it's to protect from a crazy mom. Okay, so
nothing to do with me.
It's to protect from in case I get caught a predator. In case I get called out, that I can use my mom as the fall guy. What even is this argument?
People are saying that your mom actually owns it.
The reason my mom owns it is in case that it's to protect from a crazy mom. Okay, so
today, Junior.
What to do with me? It's my mommy.
Like the stream.
Sorry, how old are you?
I'll explain this. There's been a lot of drama in the Discord in the past. And it's to protect. It's so that so my mom doesn't do anything either. She doesn't do any moderation or anything like that.
She doesn't do any moderation? What did your mother mean 10 days ago when she said banned that guy? 4 days ago when she responded to a mod ping that was just a meme?
It's only in case that way we can give the ownership to a different person.
Yeah, my mom's the owner. She doesn't moderate except when she does, and she's only the owner so that she can make someone else an owner.
In case there's a crazy it's an ultimate contingency of if the mods go out of control, we can retake everything and give it to
You know what you can do, guys? You can make an alt account and have it run the Discord server and it not be your mother.
a different person. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense. That's called being the owner of a Discord server. That's called having the final say. That's called being in charge. They chit chat and Mama Akko says he'd just ban minors, to avoid problems. Yes, that's my videos. Correct, that's the point. Leaflet explains her server's moderation culture.
I guess what I would say is the mod culture on our server is to we don't ban right away. Like we have a very like our policy on banning stuff, and like you can maybe make the argument that like this should be a case in which like the person just gets automatically banned. But our we are hesitant to ban people.
Sorry, we? Anyway, no, not people. You're hesitant to ban kids. I watched your mods not exactly be hesitant to Holocaust a bunch of people they were suspicious of. You guys are hesitant about certain bans.
Why?
Because of well, it's because of reasons of people getting brigaded or like censorship or anything like that. Like we kind of want people to be able to talk and be more comfortable.
I like to let people talk too, but what video was Mama Akko just watching before you hopped on? What was that about?
Okay.
So that might be, maybe that's a bad idea. I don't know. But
When it's someone who says they're a kid wilding out, certainly yes. If it says again, it's their culture, it's how it is. Mama Akko, for some indecipherable reason, finds this to be incredibly valuable information.
See, what's interesting about that is I feel like people would have found that out if they had maybe asked.
No, I know. I watched it happen. My videos about that. They do be hesitating. The people coming to the UK say it's just their culture too. They see about Nicandros' tweets for a while and yap about a bunch of other stuff. They do a whole bunch of Nuxtaku sweeping. It's actually crazy. And then they get on to mentioning my video. Leaflet decides to complain about a visual gag.
which was like the thing about the I'm banning him because he's anti like pedo, right? And so like they showed that part of it first to like seed that in your mind and then show the context after.
It's called a joke, sweetie. Must go on Twitter now. Comedy's legal again. If you show the context, it changes it. Yeah, I showed the context, dipshit. You've successfully explained the joke. If I hadn't, sure, that would be a problem. But I love how that is treated like some kind of Israeli psyop. While Nuxtaku EPIing hundreds of thousands of kids is just, whatever. It's me who's seeding things in people's minds. Leaflet then tries to argue that what Precure said was a joke.
Like that. There are a lot of them are like that, and it's kind of like he's trying to make a point that if you're he's making a joke basically that because he's like this and then he's also talking to them, he's probably projecting. So he probably is actually a PDF, right? And then that was the whole joke.
Unfortunately, Leaflet, Precure has already addressed this, and it was not a joke. Nine, who was being silly and just showed the start of the gag, asked, "What did you mean by this?" The mod explains their whole statement. Basically, if he was super pro-ped or anti-ped, then I knew he had grooming on the mind and wouldn't make that mistake honestly. Presumably referring to said picture. If he had never mentioned lol
What the fuck?
or anything like that and he was retarded, then it's plausible that he could have made that mistake. Precure justifies
What does this? Am I being retarded? What does that even mean, bro? Basically, if he was super pro-pedo or anti-pedo, then I knew he had grooming on the mind and wouldn't make that mistake honestly. What the fuck?
He had never mentioned lollies or anything like that and he was retarded, then it's plausible that he could have made that mistake. Precure justifies spending time to seriously think about this. The drama was basically a necro post, and the kid had already been banned ages ago, so it's not like it was time sensitive, and I just wanted to be thorough with my options. And one of the most obvious and basic things to do whenever you are in a he said, she said scenario is to at least give each side the benefit of the doubt. I understand how many statements could be taken as just a joke, not seeing it in this one. This is the mod of a server that welcomes children, giving benefit of the doubt to someone who claimed they sent an image of themselves to a minor who was pursuing them sexually. Mama Akko further defends it by saying it's a shit post.
Harmful. Why do you have to act like me when I don't understand it?
If you think about... Oh my god. Sorry. If you think about pedos, you are one. Genius intellect, true. Sorry, I'm like eating some crisps with some spicy salsa. And like, I was just like mid-dip. And I had the dip really close to my nose. I just like a sharp inhale and it just fucking murdered me, bro. Fuck.
Joke. Bro, it's very obvious that this man is shit posting right now.
Leaflet elaborates and says that Precure's
Me when I call out degenerate stuff and call it shit posting. Guys, my toasty coverage was a shit post, clearly. Clearly it was.
statements are old internet humor.
Yeah, we just have a lot of like stupid humor. It's like kind of old internet people. Old internet folk, and we
old internet grooming.
A little bit later, they talk about what they think me and people like me are.
like these people are basically modern day journalists.
Can you give us a crunch in the mic? Why am I doing ASMR? Is that good?
It's not really like that surprising.
Well, they definitely try to imply a lot of things and do a lot of these things to try and paint a narrative. And
I'm being quite direct. I think that server is an inappropriate environment to welcome children into, and Leaflet's mods are inept. Maybe if you clear house and get better people to run the server, you could keep having kids in there. I wouldn't recommend it though. If you keep these people in charge though, you definitely need a policy of banning minors on site. I mean, even Precure thinks that's obvious. A little bit later, Leaflet and Mama Arco suggest I should have tried to interview everyone involved.
I just don't understand that. Like again, when I covered, I'll just like say my own shit. When I made the Cinder video, I didn't tell anybody this, but before I started working on the first Cinder video,
Doug, how did Mama Octo become popular if this is their take on this situation? Like, I understand, like, you know, being lenient to a certain degree on friends, right? Being good faith, right? But if it's quite fucking blatant, what are you doing? Genuinely. Like, can anyone explain to me how this person even got relevant? Or even gained a platform? Was it just VTubing drama? Is that the thing? Like, I've seen their name crop up. For some reason, I thought they were like a Diorio orbiter for some reason, but... Am I wrong on that? Do you want to know... Do you know the Mama Octo lore? I do not. Tits, that's why? Interesting take.
I DM'd almost every single person involved and asked them if they wanted to talk about it. Nobody ever got back to me, sadly. But like, if I had the ability to say, hey, Shy Lily, can you answer questions about this? Or hey, Bao, I understand you're hurt about this, but can you talk about this? And if they had given me that opportunity, I would have done it. I would have done it. I don't care how bad it would have made Cinder look. I would have done it because I wanted to get it.
They swept for Rev. What, Rev says lolly? That fucking guy? Octo is a Diorio orbiter. Okay, I was right then. Okay.
Right.
I'm trying to find the truth, right? Like
That's my goal,
the
yeah.
point.
Yeah.
Interview is indeed a tool one can use. My coverage is of what occurred in the Discord server and whether that's acceptable or not.
VTuber drama is huge when you're also a VTuber, orbited Diorio and had Cameron for F305 around. Oh, and Flamenco. What a great cast.
Interviews in this case would be of no
Thanks,
value to me and would have no bearing on what I observed. This is like a toddler's understanding of journalism. Not that I would consider what I'm doing to be journalism. If you're
Right.
concerned about right to reply, the owner of the server I've commented on has access to a massive platform, and I'm currently presenting your response where
Well, actually, harmful opinions. The owner of the server is Leaflet's mom. So you gotta go to the parents' meeting tomorrow night, okay? In front of the principal to talk about and debate the Leaflet server. Fuck me. Okay, Mama Octo is like crazy dude. They swept for Cameron F305 before dumping him after the heat got too hot. One of their co-hosts admitted to being a lolicon on Twitter. Wait, they got rid of Cameron? I swear. Hold on. I swear I had their channel pulled up because I was looking for it. Cameron. I swear they had them on not too long ago, right? It was a month ago. They had Cameron on. They have Cameron on the stream. Or is it?
This shouldn't fly.
They had Cameron F305 on. Like, is this just being changed recently? This is a recent development? When was the bridge burn? Interesting. Okay.
where my claims were made. If you want to actually discuss journalism, we can talk about something called doorstepping, if you'd like. But I think you'd suddenly be against getting comment from involved parties. Leaflet makes an interesting claim.
Yes, Mama Octo interviewed and swept the cam and then washed their hands of it because people started to call him out. I might have to look into Mama Octo then. Guys, this seems interesting, okay? There's some interesting stuff on Mama Octo. Send it my way, okay? We have the Discord server, okay? It's pinned. I have a inbox chat in my server, okay? You can do that. You can also hit this amazing command because I have it set up because I'm awesome, okay? And it should fucking work. Yeah, there you go.
Thing is really what they're advocating for, and I mean, you know, maybe it is the right idea at this point. They're kind of advocating for an actual like ID system for Discord, to be honest. Like where could it go but that, if that's what you want?
This is a bizarre statement. A key part of my coverage, and in fact, the ending of my second video, is advocacy against overly invasive measures. An explanation that negligence like this is what enables it to happen. If parents aren't looking after their kids, and other adults aren't willing to do the bare minimum, then where else can we
Wait, Mama Octo isn't even back. Hello, Ponder Sprocket.
go? There is an alternative. You could do the bare minimum. Leaflet and Mama Octo then do exactly what I said leads to government involvement and private corporations clawing at your data.
If you don't want to hold like parents as being responsible for it, then I mean, I don't know how you do it.
I don't know what happened to your server on my list. Did it fuck up and remove me? I have no clue, Cal. I thought you might have just left.
Other than that,
Online safety legislation is the government holding parents responsible. It is the government saying it's the parents' job and they haven't done it, therefore we get to step in. Same principle for any attacks by private companies.
Right.
Well, holding parents responsible is definitely the option that I think a lot of people are like, oh, but why should the parents?
No, they should. They need to. It is wrong that they don't do that duty, but they don't do that duty. So,
Fuck.
what do you do about that? The government's answer is, we do that job instead. When people point out that parents should be doing this and they don't, they never provide a way to fix that. A little bit after that, Leaflet elaborates.
Mama Octo is a white male who claims they've beaten gender dysphoria. So what are Mama Octo's pronouns? I'm confused. Are people just snarking? I've been trying to get people to cover Mama Octo for months. Sorry, I'm a snarker. Listen, okay. If their takes have been like concurrent with this for a while, with like the leaflet stuff, it would definitely be worth like a look into, even off stream. Definitely would be.
No,
but
yeah.
as a parent, you have the final control over everything that happens.
But what the? They're a self-hating. Okay, someone's gonna have to like fill me in. Gilla, feel free to join.
Your kid, and that's my point. When I said that, that was the point of my tweet, and it wasn't even really about the Nux thing. That
The stream elements link is borked. Fuck's sake.
the tweet was actually completely.
Dog, I literally set the link up to never run out, and then I'm losing my voice. Oh my god. Back in my day, you smoked so many cigarettes, and it's not bad for you. It's he, him? You're at work? Fuck. Oh.
I wasn't even thinking about like that specific situation when I said that. It's just when I was thinking about all of the stuff that people were saying, it made me think like, man, we could solve all this if parents just actually took care of their kids.
Cool, Leaflet. How do you make that happen? If you do not provide an answer after saying that, your position is actually let it happen. If your position is that bad things are happening and parents should stop it, and you stop there, you are making an excuse. Also, I personally don't want to be surrounded by nonces, even if there aren't any kids around. I think that's a problem. How does parental supervision solve that? Leaflet then seethes about Nicandros for an extended period of time, and having complained that I didn't ask to talk to people, she complains that Nicandros asked to talk to her. Make it make sense. She then continues to seethe that people are asking her about the Nux stuff.
Because when I said that parents should be responsible, I never said solely responsible.
That's true of that one tweet, but she's been talking about this for quite a while. In her commentary on what happens to kids online and whose responsibility it is, and why restrictions are being put in place, she has in fact said,
Like, dude, this is all the fault of people not taking care of their kids. This is freaking ridiculous. If you fuck up your kids, that shouldn't be my problem.
They yap for a while, and Mama Oko says,
What we're asking for is for parents to do more than what we see that they are doing, because parents are just literally handing technology to a kid and saying, go wild.
and how would she make that happen? She never, ever suggests anything. I don't have an answer for that either. That's why I talk about what can be done instead. The government has an answer to this request too. It's legislation. These people love to complain about that happening while literally asking for it. Solve this. Solve this. This needs to be solved. They're doing it. Later, Leaflet talks about the people who are talking about her.
And see, this is my dilemma now, right? My dilemma is, do I do nothing so that they seethe, or do I farm them for content?
Allow me to present option C. Enact a policy of banning minors from your Discord on site, or get better.
True. Just do the thing of addressing it. I fucked up, guys. I shouldn't have had the server run this way. We're gonna tighten it. We're gonna make it 18 plus. We're gonna remove the content. Blah 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 blah. All the fucking shit, right? Just delete the server. Get one of your little crony fans or something to remake you another one, okay? Like, it's not that hard, dude. You're a big creator. Just do the bare minimum.
Mods.
I kind of feel like just not giving them what they want is probably better.
I want you to instruct your mods to ban minors on site or get better mods. Why wouldn't you do that? To own me and people like me? Seems insane. But okay, if you wanted that to happen, you could make it happen.
Why would I argue with them? Why would I entertain any of their arguments? Why would I watch their thing when...
Because weird shit happens with kids in your Discord, and your mods don't deal with it properly until they're forced.
It's so clear what they want.
I want you to ban minors or at least get better mods.
Did someone say earlier that Diorio cut ties with them because of this? Or was that just them getting a light slap on the wrist?
Don't know how much clearer I can be. I thought it was pretty obvious from the last two videos. I'm not being presumptuous. This is a stream where Mama Oko just watched them. They talk about sitting down and having conversations with people, and Leaflet says,
yeah, I mean, that's how you actually solve problems, right? Like, is it about solving our problems, solving our differences, or is it about getting like some kind of, I don't know, community to pat you on the back.
It's actually about getting you to fix your shit, because someone told me about it and it's all f***ed up. If I've messed up and I've missed something like this happening on my stuff, I would want to know so I could break the legs of everyone involved. Metaphorically, of course. A little while after, Leaflet expresses her sorrow at the change in the kind of person she has to deal with.
Because like a year ago, I was definitely a lot more willing to talk to people, and I was a lot more willing to like engage with, you know, these kind of bad faith people.
If I'm making these suggestions and pointing these things out in bad faith, it doesn't change whether my suggestions are good or not, does it? Why does she not want to make things better? In the words of Shia LaBeouf, just do it. That does mean I win. And I'm doing this for Hassan Piker, so that means Hassan Piker wins. But why isn't it the...
It's all Hassan Piker's fault. Okay, chat? It always comes back to Hassan Piker. You never had ties, Octo just orbited? Gotcha, okay. Okay, fair enough. Laughed at them as soon as you found out? Fair play. Fair fucking play.
right thing to do?
They're not trying to communicate. They're not trying to like have an honest conversation. They just want to...
Tempted by the devil transition. That's just called gender dysphoria, but a very fucked up way to talk about it. Dog, that's so fucking funny. Okay.
Hurt you for their benefit.
Yeah.
I want you to fucking ban kids or get better mods. If that hurts you, something's really wrong. You don't even have to say it's 18 plus. You just have to enforce it. When you say it's 18 plus, it can give the impression that certain things are allowed that aren't, and the little retards will out themselves thinking it's okay to, and then you just bop them. There you go. There's one way to do it.
I guess moving forward here with the Discord, my only thing would just be to be like, listen, there's minors in there. You probably should just cheat them.
What the fuck?
It's not my server, so obviously, and it's not your server, I guess. So, you know,
It is
they can
your
do whatever they
server.
want. But I would just suggest to avoid future videos like this, get rid of them.
That's what I said. Look at it. Your life could be a lot easier if you just nuked kids on site. I'm going insane. Yes, this is the whole point of what I'm saying.
What we're considering is like something...
I wonder what Leaflet's take would be if it's like an unofficial fan server, right? For Leaflet fans. And they're the exact same issues had. I bet they would just be just like, these guys are fucking pedophiles. Kill them all. Take no witnesses.
along the lines of you either have to be on Patreon.
Patreon's a 13 plus site, and age gate is applied to 18 plus creators. But if you're not in that category, your solution is to get more money and still allow kids. It's 2026. Minors have debit cards.
Or you get like a really expensive channel point reward, and that like actually gets you access to the server.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if that would be the play. Like
That'll help with ban evasion. It won't help you with the kid stuff.
I don't know, but in the end, I'm gonna talk to you know, Julio and probably Precure Hunter and Crazy, and probably just ask them what they want to do with it.
I know what Precure Hunter wants. Get rid of minors on site. I am genuinely losing it. They then have an extended discussion about stuff that won't really help that much with their problem, and Leaflet gives a life lesson about how people make mistakes.
People will make mistakes when it comes to things like, is that like a complete indictment of their character that like, oh yeah, they love pedophilia because they made a mistake on their Discord? Like I don't really think that's even remotely fair.
I just want you to fix your shit.
No, I would agree. I think unfortunately these days people are just so apt to quickly making snap choices. And again, I think it would be solved if people did more talking instead of just more being ready to poke and prod.
Lynching.
But lynching, yes. Lynching,
Guys, death to pedophiles, am I right?
definitely.
Yeah, I got that person who said they sent a minor thigh pics in your Discord lynched. That's sick, and I'm proud of it. Leaflet then talks about leaving it up to the mods.
Yeah, I mean, it's really up to how they want to do it. Like I'll ask them like what they want to do. Like I can give suggestions, obviously, but
You can also lay down the law. You've done it before. When people were saying the word troons, you stepped in. I showed it earlier. Just do it again now. In my first video, I called you spineless. I stand by that.
everybody's kind of flying by the seat of their pants. They're learning as they go.
Leaflet, as I showed earlier, your server originally banned minors. You went
Guys, killing pedophiles is bad. You heard it here from Octo and Leaflet.
backwards. You do that and or deal with your mods. I'm just going to say, nice. What I've seen going on in your stuff is insane. And we'll get back to that in a bit, actually.
And I think these people, they have no grace. They expect absolute perfection from everybody, and that's not realistic to how people are.
I don't personally consider expecting mods when they're alerted to get rid of someone who says they're a kid and talking about fertile femboys and breeding to be perfection. What the f are you trying to pull?
Maybe they'll grow up one day and learn that.
Hey, you'll have a lot more grown-ups around you if you ban kids.
I'm used to being the least mature person in the room.
Believable.
Like the stream.
Hang on, maybe Leaflet does need to be destroyed. Anyway,
It's kind of such a weird shift to like everybody around me is being like a freaking child.
Yeah, because you welcome them to your Discord server, and your mods won't take appropriate action unless pressed. A little bit later, Mama Akko says something good.
Moving forward, if somebody says they're 15, I personally just wouldn't give them any quarter.
Yeah, good.
I mean, I feel I'm not perfect.
Sure, my first video was about this shit happening repeatedly with mods being pinged. I'm not perfect either. Maybe I fucked up somewhere. I want to know so I can fix it. But I've decided to be a public figure, small as I am. So if someone wants to point that out with a video, and especially if they want to point it out because they've seen there's resistance to doing the right thing, and they want to force it, fair enough. First example I gave in my first video about an interaction I found unacceptable, I literally said, maybe mods
If I paid you what?
didn't know about it, but it's still a problem because the server is set up to facilitate it. I don't think that's
You
too
guys
crazy.
scare me
I would
sometimes.
hope that if somebody sees somebody claiming to be a minor, they would ping me in my mod chat.
Great. And Mama Akko, from what I watched, was generally on board when I made suggestions along these lines-ish. Mama Akko knows what's right, but he's a pussy. He wants to keep his bridges safe. He's going to be soft, even when he knows what's right and wrong. That is gross. If someone's going to drop you because you don't just go, well, you know, it's not up to me, it's not up to you, why do you want to be connected to that person? You talk about other people being clout goblins. Look in the mirror.
Yeah, I'm fine with I'm fine with Operation Hazel Nutella and just nuking all of the minors out there. I'm like totally fine with that,
Yeah.
personally.
Then do
Finally.
it. You did it for trans people. You can do it for kids.
No, yeah.
But it's really up to, you know, again, it's up to what they want to do, how they want to handle it. They have their own ideas for how things should go.
Hello, hello, Earth the leaflet. Here's Precure. She then says,
And if I could tell them what to do, then it would actually be my Discord, right?
little problem there. We've seen you making decisions. And your mod Crazy, 3 days ago, claimed that you go above their head to make decisions. You are not as hands-off as you pretend to be. And they then wrap up. Now, there's been a lot of talk about getting rid of minors or not. And that distracts from another issue I alluded to earlier. Precure suggests
But guys, says Leaflet in the mod chat, I like this person, okay? Who cares if they send 5 pictures to kids? What's the actual issue here, okay? It's clearly for fitness purposes, guys. I like this person. As I post the lolly reaction gif, guys, it's just a normal thing, says Leaflet. Fuck me.
the ban on cipher minors is good, but if you don't do that,
All these VTubers are falling on their own swords defending Nuxtaku. Well, the thing is, right, Angry Mellow, it's Leaflet's whole thing is they didn't want to make a point talking about the Nux stuff. That's what got them touched in the first place. They were like, oh, I'm not even going to look into this stuff. I'm not even going to look into it because it's probably stupid. And people were just like, that's weird. And then people looked into Leaflet server. Fuck's sake.
Precure is a problem. You say it's jokes. You say it's bait for me. I don't buy it. This person cannot be a mod in a server that welcomes kids. Let's talk about Precures. Actually, it's about ethics and grooming. An adult got groomed by a minor because he was too retarded to listen to people when they told him to just block the minor, asks Snorlax. Precure responds with a nodding gif. We have posts by the minor in this chat of them being
Even if you are hands-off, you are as a creator, it is your name on the line when they do what you say or what you walk and loudly disavow your Diddy server. Actually Epstein's server, since they had a child auction. True. Very true, Saint. Very fucking true. Fucking hell.
sexually aggressive unprompted. They share a post by the person who said they were 14 and then 15. This is from the minor, soliciting the adult. And that was less than a month since
Mamorako Discord server next. And they do have a Discord server. Hold on. They have like a... Is this the Discord server? I don't want us to like pull up my fucking login. Hold on. Let me have a look. Guys, do not harass, do not bully. Oh, it's the podcast server. Hold on. Let's have a look. Okay, hot tea, yep, okay. No doxing, no exceptions, no age-restricted or obscene content. There's no age restrictions on this so far. Add this if you want to participate in the drama chat. Did I click this? What do I click? Why is this not working? Interesting. Okay. I'll look into that later, chat. Interesting stuff. I mean, I'll hit play, but yeah, interesting.
the minor had joined the server. Not seeing the joke. Can you explain it? I think it's kind of weird as well, but the adult was pathetic enough and the
Mamarako has a politics section where the spicy stuff happens and a now unavailable NSFW section. Wait, how recent was the NSFW section and was it age-gated?
Minor pushy enough that it's not unbelievable.
Is it because of this? How recent was that? Do you have a screenshot for that, Moon?
Charles Madras steps in to say, I think the important things to notice here are minor and adult. Only one of those can really be at fault here. Minor can do wrong, of course, but just ban and move on then. The mod says, their ages aren't actually that different. It's like 14 versus early 20s. Yeah, legally it would be the adult's fault, no matter what, but morally, they both seem to be at fault. Proud Madras responds to the no matter what message and says, exactly. You can do what you want, but I would suggest that you stop painting the minor as the aggressor here, even if it's true. Whew. The only one who can truly be at fault here is the adult, and that's that. It doesn't look good when you talk about the minor being the baddie. I can only speak for myself, though. Why can't anyone have any conviction? It's sad. Precure Hunter says, I care more about the truth than the law. Prazel Madras responds, I can understand that, I'm just saying it doesn't look great. I understand that the minor must have been a creep and definitely did wrong, but putting any focus on the actions of the minor does not look great. That's all I'm saying. Later, my second video is uploaded, and Precure talks about the situation so far to someone who wants a quick rundown. Within that, they say that in my second video, I'm talking about their logic not being good enough because they said it's possible that the adult was groomed by the teenager. They say they banned 15th Watcher on the basis of a preponderance of evidence. You should have banned them because there is a message from them saying they sent a
Wait, Momorakto's main Discord server, you have to actually just apply for it? Dog, okay.
minor their thigh, clothed as it was, because the minor was pursuing them. No need for weighting probabilities.
It was not age gated, but server always had no minors rule. Though no verification. You just needed to post enough messages in the server to get access to the politics section as how you used to get into the NSFW section. Have they ever addressed that? Is that a thing? So anyone can just join the public Discord server and they get access to content. Interesting. So there wasn't even an initial vetting. And then NSFW section got nuked when Discord announced they're gonna do ID checks. Eh? That's weird. Because surely if the ID check, right? If the ID check goes into place, that's to stop kids from accessing your NSFW server, right? Now, again, they're already doing again, I'm just going off of what Chatter says. I haven't actually looked into myself, so take everything with a grain of salt as per usual. But if this is the case, right, surely if you're, what is it? Fuck's sake, lost my train of thought. Surely if you're already barely, like, moderated Discord server, right, it's got an issue with people accessing, like, NSFW, right? Having the age verification there should, like, why would that cause you to get rid of it? Again, it's good that they got rid of the section, right? Don't get me wrong, but it's a weird thing to do. And that's the reason? I see.
Legal jargon.
Wait, what? You can still view the archived NSFW section where most of it is Octo posting the comm he commissioned of his VTuber getting railed by black men. I can't even tell if you're snarking me right now.
Say that, you get whacked. Maybe it didn't happen. Maybe the pick wasn't that bad. No, you ban them. And they elaborate, stating the real problem with someone like me. The real overarching problem here, though, is that people don't like dealing with people who are undecided or entertaining unorthodox positions. Like, it's obviously inflammatory to think that the child was grooming the adult, and if you by definition think that it can only go the other way, then you'll bristle strongly at the mere suggestion of that. They're memeing, yeah? This is just a meme, yeah? Haha, 4 chains. Then they explain the reason for ban that I showed you earlier. Kitty Des amongst that says, pff, you think the underage aren't the ones who are uncontrollably horny? You gotta pry them off each other with crowbars. Sure, teens are hormonal, but we're talking about moderating a Discord server where minors and adults interact. Precure responds and explains that their comment about age was not a joke. Yeah, that too. That's why I said it's not like it's an 8-year-old comment. If you're sending pics to an 8-year-old, then obviously it's grooming. If you're sending it to a horny teenager that specifically requested them, that's less obvious. It was literally just about how plausible each story would be. Prazel says, but again, still a minor. And Precure responds, of course, but if you have identical moral considerations for a 15-year-old and an 8-year-old simply because they're both underage, you're living in a fantasy world that doesn't actually exist.
A 15-year-old is not mature enough to look at that content. Fuck me, I got kind of distracted with the Mamarocto shit.
That specifically requested them, That's less obvious. It was literally just about how plausible each story would be. Prazel says, but again still a minor, and Precure responds, of course, but if you have identical moral considerations for a 15-year-old and an 8-year-old simply because they're both underage, you're living in a fantasy world that doesn't actually exist. We're talking about banning someone from Discord for being a creep. You don't have to measure which fraction of a ban you give them. Just hit them. No need to hesitate or wrestle with the philosophy of grooming. You nailed them eventually, but you were struggling. People chit-chat and the Precure ends up talking about the problems with the age of consent in general. Very epic Reddit chungus, my dude. This person cannot be a moderator on a server that welcomes kids. How the fuck is that controversial? Today, I'm going to be fulfilling a promise. It's one I'm very happy to fulfill, and it's one...
There we go. Right then, chat. Sorry, I got a bit distracted by that whole thing. Messaging a few people, okay? Hold on. Evil stuff, chat. Evil stuff. Okay. So we would watch this, right? But there's a thing we need to watch as a preamble. Why is that doing that? Fuck off. So, I believe it's in response to this video in the timeline, okay? I have been loosely keeping up to date with some parts of the timeline, at least, just so I had some understanding if I did ever want to cover it. This is Momorakto's podcast called Under the Tea Podcast, right? And from my understanding, the reason why this person's upside down is because they're Australian. I'm very sorry, Hexclef. This person is Aussie. But yeah. We're gonna look into this. And they're all got lolly characters. I see. Why is the frame rate so low? And why do they have a womb tattoo? But apparently this is where they talk about it. I don't know how much we're gonna watch of this because it's getting quite late. We might end up finishing this stuff another stream, but we're gonna keep going. Okay? I might skip around this and speed it up, but yeah. So this is apparently where they talk about it. But yeah.
I hope everyone's doing okay.
Let me skip this.
It was the funniest thing in the world. Like, a bunch of people thought I was the murderer, even though I was.
I don't
It calls the brat pog Kirsch, which...
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Not interact with them.
Yeah, well, my whole thing is, and I feel like it's fair to say, it's just like if I see a kid, I'm going to block them and get them out of my space. I feel like that's a fair thing to say, and that's the only thing that you really should have to do. Outside of blocking and kidding, like Darwin Awards is all I'm going to say, all right? Darwin Awards, that.
I believe top of that Nick quote tweeted leaflet. Meanwhile, Nux, the guy him and went, now do the mating press version. Quote tweeted leaflet sharing art that was
an absolute insane maniac. And Nick Andrews is like, do the mating press. And I'm just sitting here like, bro, are you unironically getting off to this? I'm a little confused, right? Like, I'm pretty sure,
it's weird.
Like, this is a joke. He's, like, trying
What are they referring to here?
joke. I'm pretty sure. But, like, man, I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. What did Nick mean by that? I guess that means that Nick, with a furry bear creature, wants to have his furry bear creature go down on a lolly. That's...
Yeah. Also, Roadkill VT for 5. Nicandros fought with Leaflet about her position that parents and the platform share responsibility.
Mitsuta Mari is on the far right. Is a detransitioner and also very, very into lolicon. Okay, I care more about the latter. Fair enough.
Nicandros makes the same argument in his video. I'm gonna have my controversial take, apparently, in that I think it is solely parents' responsibility, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you see a kid on the internet, your only responsibility is to not interact with them.
Yeah, well, my whole thing is, and I feel like it's fair to say, it's just like if I see a kid, I'm going to block them and get them out of my space. I feel like that's a fair thing to say, and that's the only thing that you really should have to do. Outside of blocking a kid and getting them outside of your space, you really don't have to do anything else. And, like, I would be very confused if other people would argue with you on that.
Yeah.
Right.
Zaimaru for 2. The biggest grift right now is moral fags. It is, but it's been that way for a while. It's not like a new thing.
Moral fagging on lolicon? Interesting.
No, it just feels like it's louder than it actually is.
X, you're gonna be sad, okay? The middle one's Australian.
But I'm kind of letting Akko lead the leaflet thing. So did you want to start with the videos?
Yes. So I thought about doing what I did yesterday and bringing up a bunch of pictures and telling you a story But instead, I'll just like give everybody a brief TLDR of kind of how we got to this point. So Nick Andros made videos on Mutahar, and then after learning about Mutahar, he discovered Nuxtaku, decides he's going to make a video on Nuxtaku. On Nuxtaku's birthday, he decides to release this video. Releases this video, it doesn't hit the way he wants, and so now what he's doing is he's looking for anybody that is tangentially
I don't care, you so care.
related to Nuxtaku or is friends with Nuxtaku so that he can look into them and see how bad that they are. It's basically hopping from person to person, trying to find the next giant for him to slay, so to speak. And so didn't work out with Nux. Again, this is just like, it's like really insane how divorced we kind of are from Nuxtaku, or excuse me, you could even say go back as far as Mutahar, because Mutahar I feel like was kind of like one of the original targets. Then he jumped to Nuxtaku, and I imagine he was thinking that he was going to do a lot of damage, because as he admitted to me, he was wanting to like either end Nuxtaku's career or like severely damage it to the point where Nuxtaku couldn't get new fans from it. And that didn't happen. In my personal opinion, Nuxtaku basically gets to walk away, and the only people that are really like being really positive on Nick Andros' video is Hassan Piker, who allegedly Nick Andros is not also
Is the only person being positive about Nick Andros' video. What an interesting take. Interesting take. Nick Andros. Nuxtaku. Oh my god. Whoa. Oh my god. Let's have a look. Oh, whoa. Whoa, what's this? Am I recommended as soon as I search up the Nick Andros video? Oh my god. Brushes my hair to the side. You have Quint Theo. You have Harmful Opinions. You have Nick Andros. Oh, how not to defend Leaflet. Oh, sorry, how to defend Nuxtaku, the Leaflet sweep. Interesting stuff. You know, Harmful Opinions again. You got Cam Nuggets, okay? You got K-Huck, the legendary K-Huck, okay? You got Trash Talk. Wait, Trash Talk did a fucking thing on that? Interesting. Oh, that must have been interesting. You got Shud Logic. You got, oh, wow. Papa Gur. Oh my, oh, the alt block. Wow. Oh my god, it's crazy. You got Dickers. Oh, it's almost like it's not Hassan Piker. God, who'd have fucking thought?
a fan of, which is why it's kind of funny in my personal opinion. And so again, like I said, he's going after people that don't agree with him 110%. That includes people like Leaflet. Leaflet made she didn't even make a video. She made on her stream, someone asked her to comment on the situation, and she's like, I really don't know what's going on, but it sounds dumb. And people kind of took that as, oh, she must obviously think that Nuxtaku is innocent, or she must be sweeping for him. So she decided to kind of they decided to go after her. My apologies. Please tell me to say something again if it sounds like I'm kind of like getting out of like order.
I mean, how hard would it have been for Leaflet to just say, like, yeah, I didn't look into this stuff, I don't want to look into this stuff. And then after that fact, when people were like, no, you're sweeping, right? I'm just going on the stream just being like, guys, I was just not interested in the topic, okay? I just don't want to talk about this topic. And then just do a little bit of it, like, don't even look at it on stream. Just being like, I looked into it, okay, these are, I've come to my conclusions. And then just say briefly. You don't even need to go into specifics. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Like, bare bones, right?
There's a lot of little steps here, and only autistic people can follow it like this. And it got to the point where Leaflet made a bit of a longer response saying, guys, this is really retarded. I don't really care about this. All of these people look the same to me, and I'm just going to treat them all the same. And she then walks away, and then people were getting upset at her for that. And we get to where we kind of are now, where people decided that since she's not giving the answer that they want, that they were going to look inside her area and see if there's anything weird going on in her area. So they went into her Discord and started scraping her Discord and looking for anything that they could inside her Discord. And that's how we got to the first, second, and third Harmful Opinions video.
Okay.
It's kind of like a catch up there for all of you. Hope that wasn't too confusing.
So which one of these do you want me to click first?
The first one. The first one is his first video, the child auction one, which, by the way, sounds way... I still can't take that seriously, man. I just can't.
No, I agree. I mentioned it to you the other day, but I was going to talk about these later on my own channel. But just some of the shit he said, it was like so obviously like, wow, this is bullshit. Why would you say that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I see.
But can both of you see it?
Yes.
Yep. All right, chat. So we're going to be looking at this for the next 15-ish minutes. I am going to put it on 1.2.
Next 15-ish minutes. Okay, interesting.
1.2 is probably fine. And here's what I will say. Now that I have seen like his arguments from his third video, walking back retrospectively, I feel like I'll do a decent job trying to explain what he was kind of trying to go for here. Okay. And then I will explain why I think that that still doesn't work out very well because of how he chose to do it, basically. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, a VTuber is actually going to take a look at that Nuxtaku video. Oh, she didn't look at it at all. And even just yapping around it and dodging anything where she'd have to think or have any sort of spine, she still managed to disappoint me.
He sounds very upset that she's not actually like engaging with it.
Yeah.
Who pretends to be a cartoon on the internet and has all the fire in the world to spit at every other thing she looks at, clearly understands how filth rots its surroundings and radiates outwards, affecting us all. But on the matter of the corruption of the next generations online, is fixated on the culpability of the parents, ignoring entirely that what she's looking at is the next wave of parents who aren't going to look after their kids, and in fact will think all of what happens in the dark corners of Discord is fine. These are the...
So, I hate this argument, just in general, right? Of course you do. These parents aren't teaching these kids, and then these kids won't teach their kids. I'm like, yeah, I guess that sucks. I'm not their parent, and I'm not going to step up to be their parent because I chose not to have kids specifically because I don't like them.
I think you love them. That's a joke. Fuck's sake. I'm gonna get in trouble. Fuck, got hair in my fucking mouth. Dude, that's not what you're being told to do. You're being told to be the responsible adult. Dude, what are you talking about? Do you just, like, see a child getting stabbed in the street and just think, I'm not their parent? That sucks, right? I'm not gonna call the police. I'm not gonna do my appropriate level of reaction to a situation like that happening. Again, I'm being extremely hyperbolic, but again, it's not too far off. It's not too far off from being that, for it to be very hyperbolic, right? I mean, we're talking about kids being exposed to degenerate behavior, which could lead to them being groomed. Like, what are you doing, bro?
Also, I have to mention this, and YouTube can probably see it. Chat can't see it because it's off screen. There's a fucking Jacob Geller video off on the corner that's 50 minutes long, 40 minutes long.
So cool.
There's a picture of a big.
Okay, I don't care.
I need to start prepping for my Saturday lookout stream, but that's amazing.
I don't mean to derail things, but I saw that in the corner of my eye. I'm like, that just fucking.
That is awesome.
It threw me for a loop. Thank you, Internet Zedmaster, for tip. 25th of last year. Dude only wanted content from the get-go.
I mean, that's at this point, like, that's kind of how I feel it is. I mean, like, he's going to come out and say, no, I wanted to go on this crusade against pedophiles.
Oh, here we go. I feel like I know where this is going, okay? This is the... They're only doing it for content defense, right? Again, I make content. I monetize my streams. I monetize my videos, okay? Doesn't mean you don't care about what's being talked about, right? Like, at the end of the day, why would you talk about something if you don't care about it, right? Again, I guess the argument could be made, some people just cover any sort of drama topic, right? But again, if people say that they care, right? Like, at the end of the day, it's just the nature of the platform, right? You don't care about the war in Iran, little VTuber, because you have your stream monetized. You don't care about the billions dying because you monetize your stream. It's such a gay fucking argument.
Then it's just like, I at this point, I'm not quite sure how much I believe that based off of how these people act. It's just like, there's a way to go after real predators, and this isn't it. This isn't it, and I feel like content creators always fuck it up. You know, it's nice to point out and say, oh my gosh, that person is evil and gross and I don't like them. But like, unless you're willing to involve the police.
Again, when it comes to... Actually, I don't know about that. Did Nick Andros fill out a police report? Nick Andros. Oh, he's a lot around.
I don't know, man.
But again, with the case with harmful opinions, right, if we're specifically talking about that, they didn't... Was a crime committed? No. I don't believe so. Sure, you could make the argument of, like, you should not... to be fair, yes, they were soliciting pictures to a minor, right? But again, right, Harmful Opinions found it. The mods were aware of it beforehand. The responsibility was on the adult who first saw the problematic behavior to then fill out the police report. But yeah. Fuck.
So, you know.
Well, again, Leaflet didn't do that, right? They didn't do that. If you care, then why would you?
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
The people who are going to be the adults your kids are around in real life. Where are the parents, she asks.
Where are the parents at? Where are they at?
She knows where, though. A huge chunk of her content is talking about that. All these influences in the world didn't show up 5 years ago. The negligent or messed up parent of today was the kid being corrupted yesterday. It's a vicious cycle that needs to be broken somewhere, unless you're just okay with living in hell. I find that saying, not my fault, teehee, is little comfort as the world collapses around you. Let's be fair, though. People wanting you to address stuff that has nothing to do with you is probably stressful. I could hear the tension in Leaflet's voice. She sounded like a 3-year-old with a severe temporomandibular deformity for the entire video. But
I want to say, by the way, I feel like if you actually want somebody to take you seriously, starting off by like throwing insults at them definitely isn't the way to go.
I was actually thinking the same thing. I was like, you know, for someone that's trying to persuade someone to see your
Who cares, bro? They're mean. Boo fucking who?
side of things, throwing personal insults at someone is not going to have the effect that you think it's going to have. Just some advice to you, Hateful Opinions, seeing as you're probably watching this.
Guys, the person called Hateful Opinions isn't being nice.
Well, it's that, but it's also really funny because like in the third video, he'll come out and basically say, guys, this was my intent with the video all along. I can't believe this is so hard to understand. And I'm just sitting there like, yeah, I can understand why people might not get it, because all they hear is you saying how much you hate these people and how much you want them to die. So they probably not focusing on the message that you probably they would agree with. And instead, all they're focusing on is how like you want them to die and you hate them and how much you think they suck as an individual. And it's just like, you might need to improve your delivery a little bit if you actually want people to take you seriously.
Really? Presentation?
Yeah, that's
okay.
fair.
Which has kind of like been a thing that, again, Mizu, you were more involved in GG than I was. Hasn't that always been his problem? Is his delivery has always been a problem, and that's why nobody like listened to him?
Yeah, he had an issue for a long time of like he would just have like it's a very us versus them mentality about everything. And it caused so many problems.
Us versus them. Normal people versus people who allow kids in their Discord server. Okay.
Seems very salty for a non-biased reporter of information. Yeah.
I mean, he can be biased and that's fine. I don't necessarily think that's my problem. My problem is just that, like, if you want to work on taking down actual bad people, starting out with insults like this doesn't help. Again, I think that the biggest problem we have now is there are people that are like, oh, we want you to face repercussions for things, or we want to talk about things. I don't think that's what these people want. I think that these people just want to make a video, be upset on the internet, maybe get a quick view. I have absolutely no idea. And then they're just going to move on and look for the next thing. That's all it feels like. That's all it feels like to me, unfortunately. What? And if that's not what it is, well, you fucked up, because that's how a lot of people feels like it is.
Thank you, Basebird, for 5. He has an extra grind with either anime VTubers or just people that don't want to even comment on the Nux stuff. Nutcase behavior, though, in my opinion. But we'll keep going.
Of any tangible connection she has to the Nux stuff. So I get it kind of sucks people are pressing you to make comment on something like that. So instead, to make it more relatable and...
Okay, I'd have to mention this before we continue. There is no connection. Like, I think she liked Nux's content, but they're not like... They're not like besties or anything.
I don't think they're besties, but I believe that they have talked with each other before. Yeah. That's why it's like it would be as if you got into a controversy and somebody asked me to talk about it. It would make more sense because I've streamed with you dozens upon dozens upon dozens.
Hi, random Mama Octo viewer who's apparently looking at my stream. How you doing, buddy? Yeah. Yeah, I know what you are, buddy. Okay? I know what you are. Oh, thank you, Saint. Hold on, chat. Hold on. How do I show this without opening my files again? Don't need to see all my my video planning, okay? Let me post this in here. Chat. Apparently I'm not cool enough, okay? What's up, Mama Octo? Why have I been... Why am I not allowed to join your Discord server, buddy? What's up? What's the issue? Am I not cool enough for you? Am I not, like, sweepy enough for you, okay? What's up? I thought you like having conversations with people, okay? I thought you meant to be good faith, buddy. I was just concerned because I heard things, you know? I'm not evil, okay? I'm just a silly little guy. Crazy stuff. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here, chat. Now again, I said in the stream, right? Oh fuck, there goes my mic. I said in the stream that I'm not gonna take what the chatter said as face value. I was gonna see for myself, okay? Come to my own opinion, okay? Based on what I could see. And clearly, someone has seen that I've just talked about Mama Octo in a negative way, and I'm not allowed to join the Discord server. Oh god. Evil stuff. Evil stuff, okay? Evil stuff. Now, I was never calling them a predator, okay? But apparently, my comments on stream were enough to warrant this. Interesting. Very interesting, okay? Evil. Evil stuff, okay? Fuck. I was clicking the
and it would make more sense to
subtitle.
be like, can you talk about this?
Interesting.
Whereas with Leaflet, I don't even know if they've streamed together. Like, I know that they've probably had some conversations in DMs, but I don't even know if they've streamed together. At most, they probably have rated each other at times, but, you know, a lot of streamers rate other individuals. I don't think that's, like, an indictment of friendship. But it's just, like, why... I don't see how the connection is really as big as I feel like some people are making it out to be, you know? It'd be like me getting into controversy and you getting hate for it because we've interacted on Twitter. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Thank you, Internet MS for 10.
I don't think Leaflet needs to give a take on every single dumb drama that happens in the sort of right echo space. It's just that whole idea is stupid because there's so much drama on the internet. If we were contributing to every dumb drama, I wouldn't have time to bloody breathe.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
So hateful opinions sort of mindset of, well, you
Wait,
have to have
did I also get... Hold on. Wait, I just noticed that. Hold on. Someone's definitely been looking. Hold on. One of the mods was definitely looking at the stream. Hold on, chat. What the fuck? Dude. Did they also... Let me click this. Let me see if this is just a ban. Accept invite. Interesting. Interesting chat. This is the invite link for their podcast because you didn't have to put in some gay little form for it, and they got me out of it as well. Interesting. Mama Octo, if you're watching, feel free to call in, okay? What's wrong? I thought you liked conversations, buddy. Interesting stuff.
opinion on this because you both follow each other. It's like, okay, well then I would have to have an opinion on every single content creator that I follow, and it's like, I can't keep up with that. That's just unrealistic, and you should understand that. But I think he's looking for something to try and hook her in and say, well, no, you have to have an opinion on that. That's like the whole Emaru situation.
Yeah.
Thank you, Internet Match for 10. Every Gamergate veteran can verify what I'm about to say. Harmful Opinions has been this way for over a decade, and he's only gotten worse. This is part of why no one took his candid video seriously. Also, because I saw a couple people mention it.
Is this me or is that someone else? Yeah. Hi, Mahi. Dada Mahi? Mahi Dada? Mahi. Mahi.
Jonathan, can I
good?
just say that the only reason, yeah, my Wi-Fi wasn't functioning. The only reason why Mama Octo has an audience is because her jiggle physics is what was the Resident Evil remake when they had like the bazongas like an RPG?
You're talking about like Lady Dimitrescu?
No, it was like the RE4 remake, and Ashley's boobs were like pow, pow, pow.
I've never played
pow.
Resi.
You shook the little model.
I've never played Resi. How you doing, Mahi?
I'm tired, dude. I'm playing Pokemon right now.
Which one?
Violet, because that's all I have on here, and I'm cheap.
That's fair. I need to fix your
Yeah,
Fiji whilst you're here.
I just wanted to come in and talk about the jiggle physics of the model, because I don't care for other VTubers.
Yeah? These are your people, Mahi.
No, don't fucking call them my
They're your people.
I'm a video game and like art content guy. I don't talk about politics. That's not my prerogative, and it's also not my prerogative to talk about politics when my only redeeming quality is my tits.
You have multiple like tentacle thingies, like little legs, little octopus
Yeah.
things. Yeah. What do you think on like a
Yeah,
fellow like appendage haver?
I'm really frustrated. I don't like these people. I think they're fucking stupid. I think they all need to go to hell because they're going to be directly endangering children at some point. I think they should burn in the fires. This is not Yen's opinion. This is mine. We are two distinct, different people. Yeah, just fuck these guys. That's it, basically.
Fucking hell.
I think if
Fair enough.
you're gonna have a platform as a VTuber and doing politics, your model should at least Flamenco had like a stupid fucking model, right? I think that's the only way to talk about politics as a VTuber, not with your fucking big ass titties out going for the conservative audience.
A clown model.
Yes, a clown. Yes. With your big ass fucking titties out, showing to your audience because
That's what I need to do.
You're catering for.
Mahi, that's what I need to do though.
Yeah.
When I get a VTuber model, I need to get massive tits, and then I'll get like to like 500k.
Giant jiggle
Yeah.
physics.
Also, thank you very much to hear, Mahi. Thank you very much, Cavalry is Queer, for the $2. Mahi should get Weed Car.
No, I got Fuecoco. That's the only right decision.
Wait, the game's out. Oh wait, Fuecoco. Wait, I'm different game.
Yeah, I'm playing Violet. Yeah.
Oh fuck, I forgot you said that. Yeah.
Oh my god, I just slid down a bunch of stairs. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, you have ADHD.
Yeah. What I was trying to say is that I don't find it redeeming to have like a model that is like well built because it does not to get all feminist, but it does portray itself to that sort of conservative male audience. Also, doesn't Mama Octo identify as male?
This is what I've learned.
I don't know. That is, yes, correct?
Evil.
Okay, so like, you're the same person identifying as male, putting on a female model with big fucking titties. Who's to say you're not jerking your shit under the desk this entire fucking time? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if you like the Pretty Woman model. Do something that looks like you. Be like a little fucking octopus or whatever. I don't give a fuck. You're just hinging off of gooner men who just want to look at boobs and be like, wah, 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 when it comes to your fucking political opinion.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking hell. But yeah, I'm probably gonna continue Mahi. Are you staying or are you going to sleep? And they ran. Mahi. Mahi. Guys, Mahi died. Mahi? I can't hear you, but I've got to continue, okay? I'm gonna have to try and remove you from the channel. How do I do this? Let me send you over there. Bye, Mahi. But yeah. That was Mahi, everybody. Anyways, check inbox. Okay. I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming for the rest of the night, chat. It's currently 3 a.m. And I don't want to disturb people. So let me have a look. Hold on. What's this? So he's tempted by the demon to transition, as he says during his talk with. Wait, what's this? This is so fucking quiet.
A female VTuber to immerse yourself, right?
Mm-hmm. And I'm not gonna say that like I.
Let me download this. Sorry guys, you guys can't see this properly. Let me download this. God damn it! I hate when people send me stuff and then I have to download it, bro. It's so annoying. Oh, fuck's sake. Okay, let me do this. Hold on.
Have like
Let me put this up. So Moon sent this in. I'll pull this up. Here you go, chat. Your signal died. I'm sorry, Mahi. I gotta continue.
Have like a female VTuber to immerse yourself, right?
Mm-hmm. and I'm not going to say that like I don't occasionally, because as a Christian, I do believe that sometimes I'm tempted by the devil, or sometimes I do get like intrusive thoughts, because I do occasionally get intrusive thoughts, and I do occasionally like say, oh, this would be pretty cool, or sometimes I play VR chat and I have a female monitor. It's like, well, this is pretty cool. But at the end of the day, I think to myself, would I be happier spending all this time, spending all this money, being something else when I can't have children, which is one thing that I would consider to be most sacred to being a woman. I can't have a lot of the same things that I do as my current self right now. And I have to ask myself, would this make me happy in the long term? Can I see myself happy in the long term? And the answer is always no, I cannot. I cannot.
Do you think?
So transient denial. Got it. Thank you very much, Moon. Got it. Fuck.
Today, I'm going to be fulfilling a promise. It's one I'm very happy to fulfill, and it's one the person I made it to.
We're not watching you yet. Shh. We're watching you. When it fucking loads. Holy shit, bro. God. Wait, what's this? The fuck? Okay.
We're not saying he needs to be nicer because he's wrong if he's not nice. We're saying nobody listens to him because he can't like package his views in a way that's like acceptable to people. And you can say that's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's the
Yeah, artificial insemination, exactly. Adoption. I can never have kids. Yeah, exactly. Just use your shit and you don't lose it. That's all I'll say on that.
reality of how it's working.
I mean, imagine a situation where me and Mitsu are walking down the street and we bump into each other, and the first thing I say is, oh, you F and blah, 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 blah. Why did you do this? Mitsu's instant reaction is going to be, well, this guy's an asshole. I'm not going to listen to him. So if you want to approach someone and try to get them to come to the conversation and be like, hey, this person has a reasonable opinion on something, the first thing you shouldn't do is insult them and try and get on a bad foot. Like, if you want to be blunt and be like, hey, I think you're an idiot because you did this, this, and this, it's like, okay, yeah, you insulted them, but you're being, you're not going to real personal, which is exactly what he did at the start of the video. He went straight for a very personal jab, which is just not helpful.
Well, and it's doubly so for on the internet, because in real life, there's like a little bit of this person is physically here, I can't go anywhere else. On the internet, I can push a button and you literally don't exist anymore.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. It's just like, it's so easy. And I do think that part of it, and maybe I'm just explaining away behavior that I don't need to, but it's just like, I think that in these people's minds, they actually think that people like Leaflet, people like you, people like maybe even me, I guess at this point, that we're all horrible, disgusting, evil people. So why should they be nice? And it's just like, well, you should be nice if you want to actually get something. But then you have to go to the idea of just like, well, I don't actually think that they're looking for there to be niceties. They're just looking to do something and be something. And at that point, it's just like, well, why even bother?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I explained that correctly or if I sounded stupid.
No, we'll just keep going.
Fair enough.
Comfortable. Let me give her something of her own to address. But first, imagine this. There is a community hall, a space where people can gather and talk about a bunch of different things.
Not going to do a huge discussion about it, but this is a horrendous way to start a video, to say, oh, well, because she didn't like my last video, now I'm going to do something to her. You're immediately telling chat that this is retaliatory. Not a good look.
No, you shouldn't be doing things in retaliation.
Targeted at kids, but kids 13 and up are explicitly...
What the fuck is this dog? Sorry, I just looked at their Twitter, and it's like, your favorite anti-bully drama documentaries. Hashtag VTuber, Oculist, 18 plus Occo Pussy. I see.
And they do hang out there. Now, at the back of this hall, there is a walled-off area. That's where the porn theater is, and the adults who are hanging out in the mixed space pop in and out of there to masturbate together.
And by the way, chat, I know I said it earlier, I am not here for the harassing of people, okay? Don't go out and harass Mama Octo, that's fucking cringe and gay. Okay? I joined the Discord server because I was just curious. I was gonna be evil, okay? I'm never evil, okay? Like, don't do that. It's very fucking gay and cringe.
So it's not just kids and adults hanging out, it's kids and adults who are there specifically to look at porn hanging out. Now that seems totally insane to me. But
okay, pause real quickly. You know what's really funny? I mentioned this yesterday, and then I watched another YouTuber that had the exact same opinion. You know what those kinds of spaces exist? It's called a mall. And malls have adult stores in them, and malls have non-adult stores in them that kids shouldn't go into. And I imagine that the adult stores wouldn't let them in there. But like, those spots and places exist.
Well,
and he's saying that that's insane, and I just like, no, that's completely normal.
Well, his
IRL.
framing of it is people are coming in here to watch porn together. In reality, a lot of times when a not safe for work like voice chat comes up like that, it's not just for porn. It is a section for like anybody who's just like, this is 100% not safe for work topics, politics, violence, etc., etc., etc. Anything that a kid should not be involved in.
The way he's making it sound like is people are jumping in a voice chat and they're just groaning and moaning at each other. And I'm like, I can guarantee you that's probably not happening. Like, I'm 99% sure people aren't just jumping in a voice chat and going, ugh.
I know that they exist. I heard one once, and I noped out immediately. But like, no, to think that that's what's going on in every not safe for work channel, that is insane. Yes, I agree. That is insane.
Thank you, Scavenge, for 5. He sounds like a pompous know-it-all as he drinks his distilled farts. Everyone hates that. Wonder why.
I get what he's trying to do. He's trying to over-exaggerate things, put a bit of a theatrical behind it to really sell the image to his audience.
Yeah. But for anybody that's been like, I mentioned this on Twitter, the problem is they're fighting a community that knows what these sections are for, so his arguments just immediately fall apart.
Because he doesn't understand it, because he hasn't been in it.
Okay.
And that's fair that you haven't been in it, but you can't walk into a place and assume that you know how it works and then just expect that everybody's going to listen to you because...
What? Sorry, let me write... Oh, God, sorry. I'm being really distracted at the moment. Sorry, chat. Hold on.
To really sell the image to his audience.
Yeah. But for anybody that's been like, I mentioned this on Twitter, the problem is they're fighting a community that knows what these sections are for, so his arguments just immediately fall apart.
Because he doesn't understand it, because he hasn't been in it. And that's fair that you haven't been in it, but you can't walk into a place and assume that you know how it works and then...
What is even the take here? Is this like... Doodle Tone's fucking logic. You don't understand how the SEC works. You weren't there.
Just expect that everybody's going to listen to you because you're saying what you think it is. People are just not going to listen to you because you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Discord servers are...
I'm not a VTuber. I'm talking about it. Does my opinion get immediately invalidated? If this guy loves Nicholas Theroy, right? If Nick talks about it, do you just not care because they don't understand it?
Run, and how Leaflet's own is run. People have all sorts of arguments and hypotheticals about why that's fine, why it's safe, why it's a good idea, why it's okay. Personally, I prefer reality, so let's look at what actually happens when a server is arranged like this. Let's see what actually happens in Leaflet's server. Meet Nur. Nur is an active user on Leaflet's Discord who is granted the Adults tag. This is acquired by contacting mods and gives you access to the Adults channel. While the split between the mixed age areas and the Adult channel is razor sharp and based on some kind of verification, I don't know what they do, the behavior of the users who pass between these two spaces isn't quite so night and day. In the Blue Archive game channel that is open to everyone, early last year, Nur posted a picture of some character or other and said, "Ooh, oh, if you're not familiar, this is a lolicon thing." Another post from there should...
I don't care. I don't know why he's like...
same image, and he's like, oh my god, let me get angry about it. It's like, okay, boomer.
Wait, I don't care? Hold on. Holy fucking shit.
And the Adult channel is razor sharp and based on some kind of verification, I don't know what they do. The behavior of the users who pass between these two spaces isn't quite so night and day. In the Blue Archive game channel that is open to everyone, early last year, Nur posted a picture of some character or other and said, "Ooh, oh, if you're not familiar, this is a lolicon thing." Another post from there should...
I don't care. I don't know why he's like...
same image, and he's like, oh my god, let me...
Who is saying I don't care? There's so many fucking creeps in here that all sound the same.
I don't care.
Oh, so the one up top says I don't care. Gotcha.
I don't know why he's like...
same image, and he's like, oh my god...
Mama Octo hits them with a silence there.
Oh, let me get angry about it. It's like, okay, boomer.
Yeah, everything in Blue Archive is safe
My
for work.
mother was more hip than you, bro. And she was like in her 60s.
Wait, was that Octo saying everything in Blue Archive is safe for work?
Yeah, everything in Blue Archive is safe for work.
My mother was more hip than you,
Because I fucking rigging is shit.
bro. And she was like in her 60s. She was reading High School DxD manga and going, yeah, it's some good shit. Like, bro, what are you? They're like some shitty...
Yeah, they were saying High School DxD manga was some good shit. Meanwhile, I'm a simple man. I see Connie. Are you fucking retarded? What are you talking about? I don't care, bro. Oh, it's just edgy lolicon shit. I'm just gonna sit here and say every single one of these people are into lolicon at this point. Like, what the fuck are you on about? This is nothing. This is such a crazy sweep. If this is just a sweep, right, if you're a friend, because, I mean, hell, look. I mean, where is it? Let's have a look. I literally had it pulled up. Where is it? I'm losing my voice again, chat. I need to have another drink. I'll open another can. If you look, chat, right, I noticed this when I was scrolling. This isn't the first time they've had, like, leaflet on the channel. Where is it? I literally had it pulled up. Let me pull leaflet up. I'm losing my voice. I'll have a drink first. Really? What the fuck is it? Yeah, they had leaflet on. Leaflet there. I saw another one. Where is it? It's one where they got accused of some shit. They wanted a leaflet on. Either way, the point I'm trying to make is, right, they have like some level of friendship with this person, right? I understand trying to be good faith towards your friend, but when the evidence is right in front of you, you cut that shit out and you fucking lock in. You don't treat them as your friend anymore when the evidence is this blatant. You should be, as a friend, you should be going to that person saying, why are you doing this in your Discord server? This is weird. This is weird. You should not be doing this. You should be age gating your Discord server. What the fuck are you doing? What was that thing I just saw? What's that? Am I going insane? I am going insane. Anyway, back to the content. Back to the content, chat.
Boomer? Give it the times. It's not porn, it's just another character.
I made this point that if you are going to have kids, just like in an open server, you probably shouldn't have Blue Archive out in the open because, in my personal opinion, even though Blue Archive might be 13 plus in the App Store, I don't think it should be 13 plus. I think that all of these gacha games should be 17 or 18 plus. So, like, I would agree with that. But, like, again, the way that it's being framed, it makes it hard for people to even agree, even if you're right. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because he's framing it so disingenuously.
Mm-hmm.
They say, I'm a simple man, I see Cunny, I-oo-oh, crying emoji. And this person talks about Cunny a lot on the server. If you don't understand what that means, I'll put it in the context of one of their conversations. Nurse says, women lose sexual value as they mature, and men gain sexual value as they mature. This predisposes us to prefer different ages. Exceptions exist, obviously. Shortly after they say,
well, clearly you're the exception.
I have to clarify. That's kind of more like a red pillar talking point. And that's something that Harmful has said in the past.
Has he really?
I don't know why you're highlighting that, but you were literally the guy that was that same like sort of red pillar back in the Gamergate days. So keep
Are you sure
your
he
shit
wasn't
to
just
yourself.
faking?
I don't care if
sure
he
he
was
wasn't
faking
faking?
it. He's a
was just-
dumbass. If he's saying this publicly and then years later it's like, no, back then it was just a joke. It was a joke.
Well, I was gonna bring up JebCon because like he tried to throw the JebCon thing out to see if people would bite, and it was
Octo is such a spineless freak. To be fair, octopuses don't have bones, so it does track.
obviously like a gay op, but maybe he'll say that that too was also a gay op just to get people's attention.
What?
Love is unnatural. Embrace
Saying
cunning.
he
Hope
used
you
to be
understand.
based.
I'll hop back to that Blue Archive channel post. Someone responds to ask, how old is she?
Wait, what was that? Fucking hell? Sorry, what did they? Let me try and listen to that. Hold on.
That too was also a gay op just to get people's attention.
Love is unnatural. Embrace cunning.
Saying he
Hope you
used to be
understand.
based.
I'll hop back to that Blue Archive channel post. Someone responds to ask,
Okay,
how
I
old is she?
misheard.
No says, Your Honor, she told me she was old enough. The other user responds, all right, since
No comment on that?
I'm 13, I'm maybe good for now anyway. Sam. No says, damn.
No comment on the child?
Bro just admitted to being a toddler. At least I'm honest. That's a good thing. I'm going to go ahead and say that interactions like this
No,
shouldn't be
nothing?
happening.
See,
Okay.
I would probably ban somebody if they said that.
Thank
However, that
you.
doesn't sound like a
Okay.
serious admission.
It doesn't, but I would ban
It doesn't sound like a serious admission, bro.
it just in case.
That's what I'm saying.
I would say, are you
Okay, good.
seriously a 13-year-old? And they go, yes. And I go, well, bye.
Yeah.
Bye then. Well, that's just me.
But that sounds like a joke.
No,
What, that they're a child or the cunny part?
I know exactly. It's just like I don't know, man. I feel like these people are being weird and making weird jokes with each other. I mean, like the thing is, when I talked to Leaflet yesterday, she's like, "Yeah, my people come from the old days of the internet where
What
people
the
made weird ass
fuck?
jokes," and I'm like, you know, I wasn't from that section of the internet, but I agree with.
What are you saying, dude? Holy shit, my voice is going from getting pissed off by this. Fuck. But we would just make jokes like that to kids, you know?
you that people did make weird
Yeah, I
jokes.
was.
Or about kids, sorry. Sorry, let me double triple that, because I'm getting a bit pissed off. I don't like my heated opinion, okay? To like fucking skew my fucking what I'm hearing right now.
If he's saying this publicly and then years later he's like, no, back then it was just a joke. It was a joke.
Well,
Everything to these people is just a joke, by the way. So true, Nick Andros.
I was gonna bring up JebCon because like he tried to throw the JebCon thing out to see if people would bite, and it was obviously like a gay op.
Hey, Nick Andros, isn't it true that like Mama Rocto was like that whole thing was just like I speak to people, right? And then I get banned from the Discord server by their mods on site for being slightly critical.
But maybe he'll say that that too was also a gay op
Ain't
just
that
to get people's
interesting?
attention.
Love is unnatural. Embrace cunning.
Saying he
Hope you
used to be
understand.
based.
I'll hop back to that Blue Archive channel post. Someone responds to ask, how old is she? No says, Your Honor, she told me she was old enough. The other user responds, all right, since I'm 13, I'm maybe good for now
Oh yeah. So this was the interaction between the 13-year-old and engaging with the post talking about cunning.
Anyway,
Got it.
Sam. No says, damn. Bro just admitted to being a toddler. At least I'm honest. That's a good thing. I'm going to go ahead and say that interactions like this shouldn't be happening.
See, I would probably ban somebody if they said that. However, that doesn't sound like a serious admission.
I rewinded too much.
It doesn't, but I would ban it just in case.
That's what I'm saying.
I would say,
That's pretty funny. It is a good joke.
And they go, yeah, it's gonna go, well, bye.
Yeah.
Bye then. Well, that's just me.
But that sounds like a joke.
Dude, even say why the fuck they are saying that, it's just like, oh, that's just me, right? I don't oppose my moral standards of you should not be saying a cunny or interacting with kids in this way onto my friends. I would never want to have that. I would never want to have standards for my friends. God.
No, I know, exactly. It's just like, I don't know, man. I feel like these people are being weird and making weird jokes with each other. I mean, like, the
Fuck
thing
off.
is, when I talked to Leaflet yesterday, she's like, yeah, my people come from the old days of the internet where people made weird-ass jokes. And I'm like, you know...
My people come from the old days of the internet. So old, in fact, that you have someone who's 13 years old in the server. The old-ass days of the internet, you know? Kids born after the year, what? Fuck me. Oh, I'm gonna feel old now. What? 2010? Wait, no. Oh my god, I feel so ancient, bro.
I wasn't from that section of the internet, but I agree with you that people did make weird jokes like that.
I have to clarify, because some people mentioned this earlier.
From general chat.
Some people mentioned this earlier, and I guess they didn't know the context of this, but there is a live stream where Harmful Opinions is videotaping himself as he in public. He's doing the IRL streamer thing.
Okay.
And somebody tells him that he's not allowed to film. And to try and get around this rule of not filming, he says, oh, I have to film everywhere I go. I'm a sex offender.
Okay.
Which was clearly both a joke and it was a way to try and get around this no filming rule. But you can't make jokes like that live on stream and then turn around with like these discords and be like, everything in here 1,000% serious.
No, I agree.
Because if we're doing that, then you're definitely a sex offender.
By the way,
what are you talking about, dude? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What, like, so everything... So, are we gonna say now, right? Okay, so remember this, chat, right? Jokes aren't real, okay? You can no longer joke. So, if Mama Octo has ever called someone a pedophile, a groomer, that was just for the gaffs, okay? That was for... And that applies to all of these people. I know I'm really hyper-focusing on a Mama Octo here, okay? But all of these people agree with... If all these people agree with a take, right? Then... every single time one of these people has called someone a pedophile, a groomer, they don't like... Actually, all of these people love Hassan Piker, actually. They are big Hassan Piker fans, is what I'm hearing from this conversation, okay? Huge sweep on Collegate, okay? Because none of these people would ever make a joke about Collegate, right? I'm sure none of them would. I'm sure if I opened Twitter, I would never find some sort of joke posted by them. Hold on. I'll press play. Sorry, I'm
it was kind of a funny joke.
It's one of those things. It's like the rules for me, not for me thing, not for thee thing.
Well, the difference is that he wasn't near any kids. That's why it's okay.
He was out in public, so he's near plenty of kids.
You're right. He had the chance of being near multiple kids. I don't know. Maybe we should go back. Maybe we should go back and see if he was nearby kids when he said that.
It's so dumb.
But, as I said earlier, we're going to be very fair.
See if he was by kids when he said that. Interesting. Accusing Harmful Opinions of being a pedophile. Wait, is that a joke you just made? Because you don't actually think that Harmful Opinions is a danger to kids? Oh my god, it's almost like there's a context where you can make a joke about that. Oh, these guys are idiots.
Leaflet or her mods would agree. Maybe they just didn't see it. So let's look at something mods did see multiple times. Meet Black. On the 24th of September 2025, Black posted a couple of screenshots and said help in these screen caps, which I think are from VR chat or something similar. So
I think one of these people frequently talked about with Bitty Cat on Twitter. Someone whose main thing was recording toddler ERP audios. I'm not surprised they can't recognize how real children talk online. Bro, these people are so fucking desperate. True.
They are from VR
at his
chat.
age. He had told them he's 14. A user in Leaflet's chat makes a good suggestion. Block, report, no pout. But why, says Black. What if she's my age? You don't want to see my username from Meta or the newer messages, by the way. Another user says women don't talk to men online, it's a bot or a man. Black says cap. The good advice user says no one normal is going to chat with you with that username. She's correct about that. The fact that she didn't know is a major red flag. Also, are you actually 14? If so, you need to be very careful online. True. There's discussion on how to be safe and how using
So far, the server's actually doing pretty good at informing
just because
kids.
he's a kid. And finally,
If it was a
the
kid.
mods are pinged. He dog
Moments before disaster.
says at moderators, underage user. The mod crazy responds, okay, we'll make sure to not give them the role for the hentai channel. It is not against the rules to be under 18 here. Just don't be a retard or Tylenol user. Geo says crazy is my favorite mod. P-Dog posts a meme. And another mod called Dackerbird says, also, don't get groomed, kid. Discord is a dangerous place. Now, there's something I didn't show you. Did you catch that? First, though, let me explain something. I'm censoring Black's name because they claim to have been 14, and currently they would be 15. And that's normally as far as people think about it. But they might also actually be an adult, pretending to be a minor, talking like this. And what would that mean? You don't mess around when stuff like this is happening. You pay attention. Unless you're okay with a kid making themselves a target or a predator operating on your server, depending on whether they're telling the truth or lying. Now, what I didn't show you were the two pictures he posted. In the first, you just see the person making contact with him in whatever this is. In the second image, though, three things jump out immediately. You've got him telling the stranger he's 14. You can see, though, that the messages are scrolled up a bit. In the top left, you can see that the latest message he sent this person was, can I see your boobs? My opinion, whether he's telling the truth about his age or not, at this point, axe the guy. Get rid of him. Mods have been pinged into a highly suspect conversation.
See, my problem is I feel like it could go either way because I've seen kids that on the internet, unfortunately, that make those kinds of comments, and I don't agree with those comments.
No, here,
but I
I'm
feel
going to
like
say
it could go
this
either way.
because I'm going to be the one that's going to say what every guy in the world is thinking. If somebody is 14 or 15, they're probably looking up boobs at some point. I can tell you for a fact, when I was like 12 or 13, the first thing I did was boobs.com.
And that's why you have a porn addiction.
Everyone did it. It's like, stop with this stupid shit that teenagers are not trying to look up boobs and that the only...
Yes, kids and teenagers are trying to look at stuff online. The difference is, you're in a Discord server. And you're moderating the Discord server to stop that from happening. This is a crazy sweep. It's like saying, guys, kids can go with their parents to a shooting range and they can fire a gun. They want to fire the gun anyway, so why, like, stop them from doing it safely? They might as well just Kurt Cobain it, right? Wow, said every pedophile ever. I mean, you know.
only way they could possibly do that is if they're an adult in disguise or if somebody groomed them. You're retarded if you say...
Well, sorry.
This stupid shit that teenagers are not trying to look up boobs and that the only way they could possibly do that is if they're an adult in disguise or if somebody groomed them.
I don't even need to comment on that. That's just insane.
You're retarded if you say that, and you know you're retarded if you say that.
Guys, you're removing the context of the situation, guys. There was a secret plan C. Oh, fuck me, man. It's just so moronic, dude.
It's just every guy can tell you this is true, that at some point...
Oh my gosh, it exists!
...in their teenage years,
Boobs
they
are
went to look up
universal
porn.
language.
They looked up porn, right? Do you know what happened there, right? They didn't get it like sent to them, or the discussion wasn't happening directly to an adult. Again, a kid looking at porn, it is the porn site's responsibility to stop a child from accessing it. Oh, and because that wasn't happening properly, do you know what happened? They added content what's the word? They added ID verification to those sites. It's that simple, guys.
That was my thing. I was just like, I don't know, man. Kids that are over the age of 14 are definitely going to be looking for that kind of shit.
I've said it before. The first anime I ever watched was Bible Black. Not only was I in middle school, I was in Christian middle school. I was in a private Christian school.
That doesn't make it much better.
I know.
It makes it funnier, actually.
Thank you. Yeah. So looking up porn by yourself versus talking about porn with adult strangers online. Yeah, that was the point I was trying to make. It just... Dog, I've been going at this for like 3 hours now. These people are pissing me off.
And I don't remember exactly how old I was in middle school. I couldn't have been more than like 12 or 13. And you're gonna sit here looking me in the face and say, this 15-year-old, it's impossible. They could have asked for boobs unless they were groomed or secretly an adult. Shut the fuck up.
But why take that chance? Why take the chance that they might be an adult? Just ban them. If I see a kid in my chat, I'm gonna ban them. That's what I do. Like, I've had that recently where there was a thing of, like, people saying, guys, this person's a minor, I looked at their content, I was like, okay, ban, done.
No, you're
Don't
lying
have to
when you
do
say
anything.
that.
Sorry.
I always think about this when people try and do this thing with teenagers. Is there was something like a 16-year-old who got caught sleeping with his teacher, and they brought him on fucking Dr. Phil. And the teacher was like this 25-year-old lady who clearly had no business doing anything with this child. But she kept going like, oh, I love him. And then Dr. Phil goes to talk to the child and is like, do you not feel like how abusive this is? And the kid goes on to explain how like he's done all this like really weird rapey shit with the teacher. Like he would have her put on he would have her like put on a blindfold and tag out with his friends. And you're sitting here looking me in the face and like, yeah, he's underage. Yeah, she should have had nothing to do with him. He's fucked. Like, he is fucked in the head.
That is pretty fucked sounding. I'm going to be...
What? What? Are they just advocating for, like... Guys, the child raped them. What the fuck are you saying? You're blaming a child? I have no clue what they're referring to there, but it's not like they were, like, bound down and was, like, actually, like... From the description, it doesn't sound like they were, like, tied the fuck up. What are you saying right now? Is this, like, the female teacher double standard thing, but, like, for pedophiles? Oh, I mean, it was for pedophiles originally, right? But is this, like, doubling down on that whole thing of the female teacher double standard thing that I saw a few years back? If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, it was how, like, a lot of people were just like, oh, I wish that was me, when a female teacher was the one doing the abusing to a child. What the fuck are you talking about? It's like the whole thing of, like, people just, like, saying online, like, oh, I wish that was me, but when a man does it, or a male teacher would do it to a child, like a whatever the fuck, right? Dude, the child can't consent. Has anyone clocked on this? I feel like that's fucking pretty fucking evident. What are you talking about? The thing, right, is this entire tangent they went on, I don't even think it even related to the point they were trying to make. I think they just wanted to let us know that they thought that kids can rape adults. What the fuck are you talking about? Actual pedophilia.
Completely honest with you. You know, I could make the argument
that this stream is so cooked. Amount of times I've been talking about that shit on stream, dude. Make sure to like and subscribe, okay? Donate to save my dying channel. Fuck me.
The teacher is the one that put him onto it, but like, I don't think the teacher 100% put him onto it. I don't know.
Cut it out. Cut them off. Cut the mic. What's the live stream chat saying, dude? Ah, they can't be, like, sweeping for this shit, dog. What is going on? Let me pull this shit up. Hold on. Dude, I must see this.
You can say that some of it, but I don't know. Some kids are just kind of fucked like that. That's weird.
When you've got your whorebulbs going on at that time, you do, like, a lot of, like, you think of a lot of fucked shit. He was just given the opportunity to actually do it.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's weird.
That kid is definitely going to jail.
Some people are just naturally... Okay, dog.
Gets older. I think he would be in his 20s now. He might have already done it.
These people are lolicons and pedophiles in the making. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. You're saying that a child can rape an adult. Do we even know what, like, context they're even referring to with this? Like, what case they're referring to? I'm not even doing it as if I'm, like, giving it any level of an out. Right? But I'm generally confused. Thank you very much, Cavalry is Queer, for the $2 US. Donate to the poor yen. Thank you very much, Cavalry. What the fuck is this shit?
What, gone to jail?
Yeah. I didn't keep up with him. I didn't give a shit.
Yen read chat. What, their chat or this one? I'll just look at the pop-ups. I don't know which one you're referring to.
Be surprised.
The only point I'm making is stop pretending that teenagers are just like
the tangent was relevant in the worst way. What was in relation to?
It's weird. That kid is definitely going to jail when he gets older. I think he would be in his 20s now. He might have already done it.
Wait, sorry.
Definitely going to jail when he gets older. I think he would be in his 20s now. He might have already done it.
So the kid got raped. And your assumption is because the teacher was blindfolded at one point during this case, they're gonna be a rapist? Dude. Dude, what are you saying, bro? They're arguing the child was asking for sexual attention, so it's the minor's fault. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
What, gone to jail?
Yeah. I didn't keep up with him. I didn't give a shit.
I wouldn't be surprised.
The only point I'm making is stop pretending that teenagers are just like these delicate little wallflowers.
Oh fuck, that is hilarious. I'm sorry I'm laughing so much. Maybe I didn't think
I'm sorry I'm laughing so much at the child rape.
about a lot of this yesterday. This is why I'm glad I'm watching it with you.
Amber Paradox with her awful mic said basically the same thing Mizu did when she ripped this video apart. Pretty sure she's around your guys' age. What is Onion's excuse for not getting it? Who's Amber Paradox? You should send me a link to them and I will look it up later.
She's another VTuber. I'm in her server. I'm going to try and talk to her. She is also LaBased, basically, and she tore this video apart as well. I haven't.
Who?
She is also
Link to them and I will look it up later. Amber Paradox with her awful mic.
Amber Paradox. Okay. Add that to the list. Let me just go to YouTube. Amber Paradox. Let's have a look at their takes. Amber Paradox. Is it Ember Paradox? Ember Paradox. Is it this one? Let's have a look. Are there videos talking about this? Is this one game? Leaflet. What is this? It's an 11-minute video. Chat. Should we detour? One's in the chat if we should detour, two if we should stick on this. Because I'm probably going to have to come back to this topic, okay? I'll probably do a part 2 stream tomorrow. Because it's getting to almost 4 o'clock, okay? But yeah. So if I randomly vanish, that's why.
Mike said basically the same thing Mizu did when she ripped this video apart. Pretty sure she's around your guys' age. What is Onion's excuse for not getting it?
Sorry, yeah. One's in the chat if we should detour, two so if we should continue.
Amber Paradox. You should send me a link to them and I will look it up later.
She's another VTuber. I'm in her server. I'm going to try and talk to her. She is also LaBased, basically, and she tore this video apart as well. I haven't watched her video yet, but I was told that her video was also pretty good. Yeah. So she's an actual real female, so.
She's a girl guy in real life.
It's clearly a lie, Orko. Girls don't use the internet.
Oh, fuck, you're right. Never mind.
Anyways, we continue.
It's either AI or it's Indian.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. What was that?
Oh, fuck, you're right. Never mind.
Anyways, we continue.
It's either.
Whoa, what's that? What's that? Sorry. Guys, you guys were saying that, like, this person was just, like, doing it for the lulz, right? Hold on.
As well. I haven't watched her video yet, but I was told that her video was also pretty good. Yeah. So she's an actual real female, so.
She's a girl guy in real life.
It's clearly a lie, Orko. Girls don't use the internet.
Oh, fuck, you're right. Never mind.
Anyways, we continue.
It's either.
I'll go explode then? I'll explode then? Is that what I caught in the hot mic? I'll explode then? It's okay. We'll crack this egg together, right? Yeah. Me and Mama Octo, we can talk this out, okay? We can talk about it, okay? I'm being so fucking evil this stream, dude. I don't know why. Alright, we'll do the derail. You guys are asked for it. Amber Paradox. What the fuck just happened? Did something break? We good, chat? Let me know if something broke, chat. Please tell me. Uh-oh. Wait, are we good? We're good. Okay. I had like a noise on my computer. So I'm guessing this is Amber Paradox, okay? Who are you? Leaflet is finally gaining her throne.
So, yeah, she put out a music video for Leaflet, which, I mean, the last time Fashizi put out a video, like, it was absolutely banging. The music on it was absolutely banging.
Oh, fuck. Is this a music video?
So, hang on, let me pull this up.
This isn't talking about the video.
Alright, so let's take a look at Fashizi's new music video for Leaflet.
Is this all AI?
Because already we're starting off great with the guitar. I can't wait to hear this. So
With the Nux in the background?
No.
I'm gonna deafen this because I feel like it's gonna be like copyright somehow. Dude, you got... Who the fuck are you?
But Lynx is on the basis.
Is that Revse Desu? What the fuck? Okay. Well, apparently they do coverage of this. Is it just videos? Latest. Dog, they upload so fucking much. Okay. It's like 90% AI. Oh, where's the leaflet thing? If someone can send it in the inbox chat, let me know. I'm gonna continue until we find it, because I can't see what they're referring to here.
AI or it's Indian.
But it gets much worse. On the right-hand side of this second image, Black's Discord is open. Whoever he's messaging says hi. He says, what's up? They say, none much, just chilling, my headache better. He says, Dubs, would you show thighs? You are 17, right? Solicitation of lewd pictures from someone he believes to be under 18. Whether Black is actually 14 or an adult pretending to be 14, no. A couple months later, mods are once...
I would agree.
So here's the thing, is nobody in the server mentioned those chats, which to me tells me they didn't see it. And he's like, well, the picture was up there, and this was up in the top corner if they just looked really closely at it. They just didn't look closely.
I will say they probably should have paid a little bit more closer attention to the images then. But like...
Sorry, I keep getting distracted by chat.
It tells me they didn't see
Blame
it.
all of you.
And he's like, well, the picture was up there, and this was up in the top corner if they just looked really closely at it. They just...
Sorry, what?
Chats, which to me tells me they didn't see it.
Oh, a couple months later, mods are once...
I would agree.
So here's the thing, is nobody in the server mentioned those chats, which to me tells me they didn't see it. And he's like, well, the picture was up there, and this was up in the top corner if they just looked really closely at it. They just didn't look closely.
I will say they probably should have paid a little bit more closer attention to the images then. But like, and that's a valid criticism to have. I think that's a criticism he's trying to have, is that they're not paying attention to what the person is posting. But yeah.
It's so cringe.
Is this the original one? Yes, this is the first. We're going to go through in chronological order, chat.
Yeah.
Again alerted to
Well, I
Black's...
mean, the mods were like pinged, right? The mods were pinged about the discussion, right? They were like, mods, there's a minor in here. They're fine to be in the server, guys. Oh, NL Paradox? Okay. You find the stream where they cover harmful and yeah, if you guys find that
behavior. He constantly talks about sexual things and his thirst for femboys, and it annoys the other users. Sean says to him,
You are
seriously,
a
man,
perfect
stop trying to force your
angel,
gay femboy shiz onto everyone else to avoid accepting that you are gay. Black responds to an earlier post and says, my dude, I'm 15. Yagami VT says, mods, in all caps. Floating Cheese says mods. Jackie the Frost says mods. Holy Dandere actually tags them, and so does Yagami. Jackie the Frost says, underage user. Black says, it's not illegal. Julio shows up confused. Yagami says, it's against the rules of the Discord, MF. Julio says, it's not against the rules. Julio, by the way, is not just a mod. He is Leaflet's producer. You can see that on his LinkedIn, and also here's a clip of Leaflet.
On YouTube, I'm not even the head decision maker. I have a producer handling that. His name is Julio.
They have
I know we've already seen this
editor
chat,
seems more
but
accurate,
this is
but who am I to argue
interesting.
with the guy's CV? Nun163 says to Black, 15 and you want to F dudes? You're chopped, cooked.
I was told
and
that's
bald, my
actually
guy.
his name.
Black responds, I already said.
Who?
Julio. His name is actually Julio in real life.
Wow.
Oh.
This is one of those dumb things, though, where he's trying to connect it to Leaflet. It's like, well, he's Leaflet's editor or whatever. And doesn't mean Leaflet knows. We just went through this shit with the sender thing. That does not mean that she's psychic and knows everything he does or doesn't do.
It means that Leaflet has this person in place of moderation in her Discord server, right? Or his. I don't know what Leaflet's pronouns are, so I do apologize. But you have a moderator running your Discord server, or like moderating it, right? And they're clearly not doing their job. Again, it's your Discord server. Take some fucking responsibility. If I found out someone in my Discord server was doing some fuck shit later on, I'll take the responsibility for it. If someone didn't do anything, if someone did like a child auction in my Discord server, I would ban them. Okay? If I found out Mahi did that, they would be murdered on the street. Hi, Mahi.
Every fucking time we go through this, it's like, well, they should have known what he was doing. Why should they have known?
Mm-hmm.
Like, explain specifically why she should have psychically known what he was doing. Also, just in general, in the Discord, if anybody's saying what their age is and it's underage, just ban them in general.
No, I agree. And that's kind of like my biggest criticism when I talk to Leaflet. It's like, listen, if somebody comes around and they say that they're underage, you should probably just ban them, and that should be the end of it. Now, I will say that she told me she doesn't have any control over the server, and we'll kind of walk through that as we go through the third video, but she told me that she doesn't really make moderation decisions in the server. And I actually got some further clarification tonight because I asked her about it again, and we'll go through it as we go through it. I'm going to be honest with you, so let's go.
But I'm 15, broski. Holy Dandere says this server is 18 plus, dingus. Black says cap. Julio asks where it says that. Floating Cheese says 15 and already gay and porn addicted. Now, Julio is correct, and the presence of minors is referred to in the rules, in a very strange rule. Rule 6. Act like responsible adults. Even if you may not be 18, know that this is treated as an adult server. Lots of ways to interpret that. Here's how Black interprets it. It says you can be a minor, but act like adult. That certainly is what he's doing. Mods are fully aware he's not being stopped. Okay, your life could be a lot easier if you just nuked kids on site and kept a damper on pervert stuff, so if they do get in, it's not going to be the end of the world. Easy for me to say.
I mean, I would agree with that.
My issue is that he says both things at the same time. He says no kids and no not safe for work, back to back. It's like, or just one or the other. Because I can't reliably say just...
Okay. If you may not be 18, know that this is treated as an adult server. Lots of ways to interpret that. Here's how Black interprets it. It says you can be a minor, but act like adult. That certainly is what he's doing. Mods are fully aware he's not being stopped. Okay, your life could be a lot easier if you just nuked kids on site and kept a damper on pervert stuff, so if they do get in, it's not going to be the end of the world. Easy for me to say.
I mean, I would agree with that.
My issue is that he says both things at the same time. He says no kids and no not safe for work, back to back. It's like, or just one or the other.
No. What he's saying is don't let kids in, okay? And if you are gonna keep the server running, if you dampen, like, doing, like, degenerate shit, if somehow a child does get in, it's not going to be the end of the world because there's nothing for them to see, okay? There is no reason for the child to lie about their age, or there's less, like, for that reason to access NSFW. Like, again, it seems pretty fucking clear. Your chat talks about NSFW threads and stuff like that, so interesting.
Because I can't reliably say just blanket no kids in kind of the world we live in, because some people do run child-specific channels. Like, there's that one fucking guy that does, like, the toy reviews, who I think he started it when he was a kid.
Yes, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I think everybody knows who I'm talking about, but I don't know his name. It's like some Asian guy.
Okay, no.
Yeah.
And I can't, in good conscience, say that they are not allowed to have child-specific channels, just because I know for a fact some really bad people have, like, made, like, kids' channels to specifically target children. Basically being 90% of Minecraft YouTubers.
Oh, I feel sad when you say that because it's true.
The
Leaflet isn't a child's content creator. They talk about politics. Like, what are you talking about? They're not a child's content creator. None of you are. Mama Rocco has fucking, like, what the fuck? What was in their fucking Twitter description? Occo pussy in their 18 plus, right? for their fucking for their Twitter. Interesting.
Like, all I could say is parents just have to parent their kids better. There's like, everybody says, like, well, what's the solution? That is the only possible solution you can have. Because the only other solution is that we either need to A, neuter the internet to the point it is unusable, or B, every single human being has to sign into the internet the same way the Koreans do, with their social security number. And even then, that didn't work, because trust me, I played Korean games all the time with some random asshole's social security number. Don't know what happened to that guy. Hopefully he's doing fine.
Oh, no. Oh, that's terrible. That's actually terrible and unfortunate. How did you... You know what? Maybe I don't want to know how you got access to that.
No, it was the thing back in the day for Korean games. They had, like, a generator, and it would generate numbers until you found one that was actually a valid social security number.
Oh, really?
What? Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. Imagine that you want to play this game, and you've already been playing this game, and it's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, so your two options are, and when I say you have to neuter the internet to the point it's unusable, you have to take away the ability to chat with people, because that is the only way to ensure that kids don't get in these situations.
Yes, that is the nuclear level, and it is what the fucking government is kind of doing by putting in age verification to stop people from accessing these kinds of discussions. you are never going to put a fucking, like, permanent fix on it, right? There is no, like, permanent solution unless, like, the internet is exploded and it doesn't exist. But again, the point being made, jingle jingle, right, is that you can take preventative measures to stop this from happening. Dog, the reason why the government has to get involved is because the parents failed, and people like you, who run Discord servers, failed as well. Jesus Christ.
Well, so by the time we get to the third video, he will say that, like, that's not what he's asking for. And he'll kind of mention it in his second video too. I want to try and be as fair as possible.
It doesn't matter if that's not what he's asking for, though. That's all. That's the only way he gets what he wants, which is the problem that a lot of people don't understand. Is like, yeah, you might not ask for that. That is the only legitimate way to get from point A to point B.
Unless parents actually do their job.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I'm not a porn-addicted queer who enjoys hanging out and sharing spank bank material with others. So I suppose I need to check my privilege there. I'm not Christian like them, I don't have a Bible study channel, so I guess in my faithless state I'm just blind to the need for this. Now,
Leaflet told me that they added that because people kept begging for it, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't think you...
Need to check my privilege there. I'm not Christian like them, I don't have a Bible study channel, so I guess in my faithless state
okay. Okay.
I just felt like it to mention that.
He sounds kind of jaded on
this
it.
third time.
He's definitely jaded.
A lot of very, very strange stuff occurs. I've got like 50 screen caps. I'm going to show the whole situation, but I'm not going to read everything. Hello, femboy trans Indian, says Black. Oh, hey, look, it's Nerf from earlier. And preg reaction. It says not trans and light version. Black asks them. Thigh highs. Kazai reports them. Tags mods and says, minor acting like a horn dog in general chat. Black calls them a snitch. There's a bunch of continued chit-chat. Black says goodbye, but he doesn't leave. Finally, Julio, Leaflet's mod and employee, shows up. I have a ping here, he says. Black says, I admit, I am the wrongdoer. Time me out, mod. I must learn. Julio says, Julio makes a poll asking, ban the minor, yes or no, and says, your fate will be decided by chat. Other users support it. Black says, a ban is too harsh, sir. Perhaps a warn. They voice is a picture of Black talking about his sexuality and age. Black says, if it's necessary, then goodbye, people. Julio says, I accept PayPal to change your ban at the timeout. I've seen fans of Leaflet say that this was an obvious joke. However, Julio has in fact accepted money to do.
I have to point out, I'm going to go back like an inch here, because this is not the first time he's done this, is this blur that was added in post for some reason.
Yeah, he did that a couple of times. I think he's trying to blur out other people's names. I'm not quite sure why, and I don't think it's explained, but he has done that a couple of times.
Well, this one he's blurring out his name, the miner's name, because that's a miner's.
Oh, yeah, he did a bad job censoring it there. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
And instead of taking down the video and redoing it, he just put like little blurs on it. And not even very well, because like,
I've seen fans.
So it could just be the miners a tag.
Days.
Yeah. By the way, I did want to point out, because I asked Leaflet like about the poll thing, and she told me, she's like, well, in the Discord they really don't like banning people. They want to keep, they want to be as lenient as possible. And my thought process, well, it's a minor. In my personal opinion, you should just ban him. You know, in my personal opinion. But like from what she says, just like they really don't like banning people, and they would like to warn as much as possible, is what she said.
What I would.
They don't like banning kids. It reminds me of fucking Limus the Slime. Or what's his name? Limus the Slime, whatever the fuck, if you guys remember that drama. God.
Tell her, and I guess you could tell her.
I'm sorry, little ones. I hate letting the little kids leave from my Discord. No. Oh. If you guys heard a weird noise, it's because my my hair decided to move when I turned my head to the mic, and then I inhaled. Just fucking ate my own hair. Fuck's sake.
Haven't already, is she would need to put her foot down and say, look, if somebody in here is a confirmed minor, they are banned off rip. If not, I'm not staying in here. And I'm not like co-signing my name to it.
No, and I did tell her, like, listen, you got to take care. You got to take care of the minors thing, because it's going to lead to more problems in the future. Because you do have, it's purely because you have other channels that are made for more adults. You probably should just like say, nope, no minors, period.
Yeah.
Again, as she has told me, and she actually kind of showed me, she doesn't get to make the final say. She has some form of moderation powers, but like, in the end, they get to choose what to do.
Some form of moderation. It's your server.
And she just kind of doesn't. I would say that you should be harder on it, but at that point, it's up to her to figure out what she wants to do.
It was an obvious joke. However, Julio has in fact accepted money to do things on the server using his mod powers before. For instance, he accepted $5 over PayPal to give someone else a name change. His PayPal link is not exactly hidden, so what would the punchline of that joke have been? Getting paid by this person who says they're a kid and is behaving like that to let them stay? I don't get the joke and I don't find it very funny. Black says,
I'm going to be honest, I think it is a joke.
Julio says, we all know you.
It is probably a joke, yeah.
It's clearly a joke.
Is it a joke? Is it? Why would you make that joke? Why would you make that joke if your PayPal link is so easily fucking accessible? What are you saying? What if someone does pay them? Again, your defense... again. The defense of it could be of it being a joke, right? Again, you're basing it on a hypothetical of if someone did send them money. Like, the offer is there. Like, bro.
He's doing the same thing again, the kind of the theatrical overplay it. And I mean, $5 over a change in a name, it's like, okay, it's harmless compared to like the joke itself of pretending to be bribed to not ban someone.
Yeah. You steal your single mother's card for Robux.
Oh, they're gonna get touched by this either way, right?
Black says very well. Julio then offers for anyone to PayPal him 20 to stay. Leaflet's employee is trying to sell the server continued access to someone who says they're a kid and, quote, acts like a horn dog. This is one of the most insane things I have ever seen on Discord. You know, if you think about it.
The only way you can say this is or isn't a joke is if he accepted money to do it.
Guys, he didn't groom the kid, he was just thinking about it.
And if he didn't accept money to do it, then it didn't happen, therefore it was a joke.
Guys, he was joking about grooming the kid. He wasn't actually serious. Did he actually groom them? No, he just made the joke about it.
And again, this is the same guy that in public as a joke said that...
But again, guys, you can't make jokes. Guys, you can't make jokes.
He was a sex offender. Well, man, that's a pretty fucked up joke. You can't say shit like that, especially like out in public where kids are around. It's so dumb.
But it's really the parents' fault that my producer is auctioning children in my Discord. Then Black ends up saying, goodbye now, I will send myself out. Julio responds, go on, do it then. The users continue to chit-chat about this and that until eventually they talk about Black again. The 15th Watcher says, hello everyone, how are y'all doing? Dave Boy says they kicked out a minor, so fantastic. Well, rather he surrendered. The 15th Watcher says, yeah, I know, he won't get out of my DMs. Dave Boy says, question mark, why? asks Sordo. 15th Watcher responds, he keeps saying sus things about me despite me not being a minor.
Like, when you own a Discord server, you're the rule maker, your moderators are the enforcers, this is how it should be. Yeah, again, and the reason why this even happened, right, is because it's Leaflet's own rules that state, just act like an adult even if you're underage.
What? Did he need $20, asks Dave Boy.
By the way, I was told the 15th Watcher guy was banned.
Yeah.
So he was taken care of, I was told.
There's OP. 15th Watcher says,
but not for the reason you think.
He's a simp and keeps wanting me to send thigh pics. Dear viewer, please remember this.
You found the Embers VOD where she covers harmful? Interesting. Okay.
Sounds like you should have blocked him a while ago. WTF is his issue. In response to the block button suggestion, the 15th Watcher says,
Moon, can you download that as well? Thank you.
Feel too bad for him. As before with this person, what? Dave responds quizzically. Kiss says, he's a minor though. No point in talking to him. The 15th Watcher says, he is so desperate. Kiss says, he needs to find friends his own age, not adults on the internet. Dave Boy says, do not negotiate with horny little boys that want femboy thigh pics. 15th Watcher says, good point.
Yeah, but he replies to that to something else. You could see that he's replying it to somebody else. He's replying to the needs to find friends his own age, not adults on the internet, not the horny little boys thing.
What? What even is the point here?
Good point.
He's a minor though, no point talking to him. Okay.
Yeah, but he replies to that to something.
What's the point even specifying that?
Something else. You could see that he's replying it to somebody else. He's replying to the needs to find friends his own age, not adults on the internet, not the horny little boys thing. Yeah. Also, Internet Sim for $20. Leaflet's mod is Slenderman confirmed, especially since minors are involved.
Guess they just never really thought about this. It really is complex, isn't it? They briefly discuss how Black was doxing himself to them. I don't know if that's true or not, and I don't trust these people to be able to check. Dave Boy says, do not porn brain the youth. You made the right call. And the next message is from Julio, the mod, Leaflet's employee, the one called the producer who seems to be an editor. Given the conversation he's been watching, what do you think he says? Take a guess. 3, 2, 1. He has not been banned yet. The other users had to continue to work to convince him to finally ban Black. Finally, it's over.
Right.
Except for one thing.
Any
Do you remember
comment?
that person who said, oh, they didn't want to block him because he's so desperate? He's constantly trying to riz them, begging for thigh pics.
No comment, guys? Guys? No comment? No comment? Interesting.
Here's to be the moment of the actual ban finally happening. That person goes on to talk about how he's constantly trying to date them. They know he's constantly trying to flirt with adults. By the way, this idea that, oh, if two people say they're underage, doing that stuff together is fine. No, that's exactly how sextortion happens. That's how predators get their victims. Besides the point,
Again, like I said, this person was banned, I believe.
Yeah.
They sound like a troll as well, like they're intentionally trying to...
Dude, they were like... What, the fucking...
rile things up. Oh, it's good that they were banned.
Say they are.
Also, chat's mentioning that Resident Evil 9 just released. So we'll get to hear people complaining about that tomorrow.
Indeed.
which this person certainly believes, something I think is pretty damn bad has occurred. 23 minutes after the actual ban, the 15th watcher says, I already have dread thinking about my past interactions with him. I sent him a fully covered and clothed thigh picture once to get him to shut up. I fear it made it much, much worse. I never imagined I'd find myself saying this, but apparently it needs to be stated. If someone on the internet claiming to be a child is pursuing you, do not send them pictures of your thighs, clothed or not. And the people observing this, including Julio, Leaflet's mod and employee, apparent editor, producer, so on. This is just normal to you people?
I think the depravity is too far, chat. I think it's gone too far. I think this is what you get. This is the fruit of degeneracy. That's what this is. It's the absolute fruit of degeneracy and depravity.
Is that all he had to say, that whole video?
Yep, that's the first video.
Says the people who were deadly silent throughout that latter part. Interesting. Lol, just throwing in lol, also they're trolling. Lol?
I just don't think there's much actually going on there. There's definitely none of it has to do with Leaflet.
There's nothing going on there. Do you think if I shot a gun into a crowd, these people would just, like... in Minecraft. You think if I did that in Minecraft, right, these people just were like, nothing's happening.
No, none of it has to do with Leaflet. Absolutely no.
The reason this person was banned is because of this video. Yeah, exactly. The point is, this was not done by moderators. Moderators did not ban that person because, like, of it being an issue at the time. It was because of public criticism, clearly.
And here's the thing.
It's good they got banned at the end of the day, but also yikes.
It's just like, if you want us to be like, hey, Leaflet, I see a problem in your server. You should take care of this before, like, something happens. Like, that would be a good thing to do. You should approach her and talk to her about it. But
that would be the nice thing to do, but you're a content creator. You're a public figure. You don't need to. It's the courteous thing to do, right? But, you know. Also, actually, from my understanding... Hold on. I don't think that was possible for Harmful. Hold on. Leaflet. Have I spelled their name wrong? Wait, what? Why can't I find Leaflet on Twitter? Oh, I spelled Leaflet wrong. That's why. I'm pretty sure Leaflet has their direct DMs turned off. Wait, what's their Twitter? Why can't I find Leaflet's Twitter? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Imagine if I was blocked. That'd be so funny. It's probably got some weird name. Leaflet. Okay. Dog, I cannot today. Just channels just like not appearing when it's the first thing that I type in. Have a look. Twitter. Leaflet. Leaflet. Yeah, have a look. Yeah, so they don't. Yeah, that's when I was searching for that. So, from my understanding, even if I follow, do they have direct messages? No, they don't. So, Leaflet does not have messages enabled on their Twitter. So you can't direct message them. And I'm pretty sure, from my understanding, their Discord's the exact same. So how was Harmful even meant to have contacted Leaflet? Yeah, Leaflet's DMs aren't open. The criticism is you didn't do it privately to sweep. True. So fucking true. Yeah. Moronic. Moronic, dude. Okay. We'll continue.
Instead of doing that, these people just decided to take the worst possible interpretation and make a video saying, oh, Leaflet is allowing sextortion and for people to be auctioned in Discord servers. And I'm just like, excuse me?
Yeah. This is something where the first thing you're supposed to do is you go to the person who you suspect owning the server, which is Leaflet, and say, hey, this is happening in your server. Like, would you comment on this, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Or if you believe that the person themselves... Here's the thing. You have two responses to this that should be normal. Either A, you think that Leaflet doesn't know, so you go to Leaflet to talk to them about it. Or B, you believe Leaflet does know and you believe they're a pedophile.
But Leaflet doesn't want to engage. They only want to go in the hug box, okay? They demonstrated that when they didn't want to engage with Necandros on Twitter. Like, again, like, this person doesn't want to engage in this fucking discussion. Clearly. At least from what I could see so far in the story.
In which case, you shouldn't say anything publicly. You should get the police involved. The fact that you don't take either solution means that you're just doing this for clout.
No, I
The police involved? Do you think the police should get involved? Why are you sweeping for it then if you think the police should get involved?
agree. It's just like, I said this multiple times yesterday, and when we talked about the Nick Andrews thing, it's just like, you've already fucked up, because instead of trying to get the police involved, which you should do in these situations if you actually think something like this is going on, you're just choosing instead to make a video, throw it out there, and then let like a whole bunch of people hide evidence if they are actually, like, if you actually think that Julio or...
Again, like, it's fucked, right? What actually would have been the thing that they would take to the police with that? Like, there was not actual child grooming taking place. It breaks Discord's... Does it even break Discord's TOS? Either way, right, you're cultivating an unsafe environment for minors. Did Momorocco do a bad? Yes, they swept for a leaflet, and had some pretty interesting people on this panel, where they said that in an instance where a child was raped by a female teacher, the child was clearly fucked up and evil, so it's the child's fault, was basically the takeaway with that point.
Any of these other people are horrible people. Good job, you've just given them all of the things that they need to clean up the server, which they...
Yeah, nothing is stopping these people from filing a police report, by the way. Yeah, true. Exactly. Like, again, they could have done it themselves, right? Again, the responsibility, first and foremost, falls on to the, in terms of the police report, the first adult that sees it as a problem, that's what it falls under. And it would have been the moderators who should have stopped it.
Been doing, by the way. They made it to where you couldn't talk in general chat for quite a few hours earlier today because while they were cleaning things up and making things better. And so it's just like, congratulations, if these people are actually evil people, you made them get away with it.
Yeah.
Congratulations, I hate you.
If these people are evil, what the fuck?
There was somebody's chat I wanted to read, but I kind of forgot where it was.
Nick allowed Nux to purge evidence. No, he didn't. These people are so moronic. Like, I'm reading the chat here, right? Do you really think this shit wouldn't be archived? You don't think that's the first thing people would think about when covering this? Like, do you really think that we didn't have stuff like Ponder Sprocket's Discord server archived before we went into it? Are you kidding me? Like, again, they can always just, like, hide evidence. Why take that risk?
Oh, yeah, no, somebody mentioned the children urine for the auction house. There's also the fact of how he...
Well, that was a question I had, actually. Nick Andros, did you ever fill out a police report against, like, or report the account that did the stuff to that kid in, Nuxtaku's private server? That was something that I was curious about.
He phrases it. Like, there's certain clickbait you can do, and there's certain clickbait I believe you can't do. And saying, like, they're auctioning children, like, fuck off.
I feel like that opens you up to liability, because that's just not true at all.
Yeah. But here's the second one. The second one's only 5 minutes. So this is... And I'm still doing 1.25, because fuck these.
I uploaded a video which, amongst other things, pointed out an individual in Leaflet server who just a couple months ago was talking about how another user who claimed to be 15 was trying to rizz them up, begging to date him, begging for pictures, so on and so forth. A mod and employee called Julio was clearly reading this conversation and stepped in to say that the
guy's Allen account was deleted. Fair enough.
Saying he's 15 has not been banned, only banning him later under more pressure from the users. A little while later, the user who said this person who claims to be 15 was pursuing them explained that they once sent him a picture of their thigh, fully clothed, to get him to shut up. And I suggested that this is totally insane, clothed or not. In Leaflet's community, this appears to be the main thing that was picked up on, and people demanded action. A mod who goes by Precure in Leaflet's Discord actually took it
By the way,
very
I would like to state really quickly, apparently Precure, everything that you're about to read, Precure intentionally said to get into this response video. So he is intentionally fucking with harmful opinions just to get this into a response video. Just...
Why?
Throwing that out there before you see anything that is said. That is what I was told happened.
They even went as far as calling it group.
The sweep is crazy.
Here is what Leaflet's mod had to say about the 15th watcher, the person who sent the photo. 15th is the one getting groomed here, bros, and posts evidence in the form of the person who claimed to be 15 saying, "Wanna go out, I have super good riz." Perhaps that's irresistible to people like you. I would simply not send the child a picture of myself, of any kind. Prior to that, Precure was complaining about my video, calling it bad
But guys, I thought we couldn't make jokes.
Faith and complaining that it doesn't give them a clear idea of anything wrong happening. And they, in fact, have counter-evidence. But I suppose they're upset I didn't include. You see, they have evidence that the child was asking for it very aggressively. Someone asks Precure what they're trying to prove, and they explain that they're proving it's a 15-year-old taking advantage of that person. There's no power imbalance because they're both retarded. I was told this was a based VTuber community, but that is literally the wokest thing I have ever heard in my life. Goth asks, where's the controversy? Precure says, they're trying to get us to ban the retard who got groomed by the minor. In response to the earlier post about there being...
So I will say this, and I've said this in the past.
Yeah, Leaflet's moderator made themselves look like an insane pedophile as a joke. It's a great joke. True.
I do, just in general, I don't like jokes like this, even if you're trying to troll him, because the troll here is you're
a pedophile.
Making yourself look like an idiot.
No, you're making yourself look like a pedophile. You're not making yourself look like an idiot. You look like a nonce.
And at
I would agree with that.
At some point, intentionally looking like an idiot just makes.
Is idiot code for pedophile in these spaces? Is this like one of those like dog whistles? Keep an eye out for that, chat. If these people say idiot, it might mean something.
Makes you an idiot.
Mm-hmm. No, I would agree with that. That's fair.
Being no power imbalance, Kiss of Bambi says forget the power imbalance then. The fact a legal adult is sending any sort of provocative pics to a minor is a problem. Precure responds, I mean he's 15. It's not like he's grooming an 8-year-old. Julio says, guys stop asking for pictures of people. Kiss responds, even if it's a clothed thigh pic, it's a liability for an adult to be sending any kind of pics to minors honestly. It's a liability to everyone. Julio says, I agree, which is why I asked when did it happen and why he wasn't banned, or at the very least told to stop being stupid. As I showed at the start of this video, it happened 2 months ago and they weren't banned because you were in the conversation and chose not to do
Yeah, you was there too.
that, Julio. Ultimately, Precure does ban the weirdo, but not because of any of that. Because of the worst thing, of course, the hypocrisy. I banned him because he was staunchly an anti-pedo Andy, but also DMing teenagers. You can't be both of those at the same time unless you're projecting and actually a pedo. So long as you do that stuff and say it's good, you're clear. What is wrong?
This is I've seen this part.
Yeah.
He's retarded for even trying to like fight about this. I have no idea what he's trying to say here.
Yeah.
And this one I think he's just retarded.
Go on.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Okay.
Base bird for 5, the most bombastic.
Interesting. Hold on, we'll run it back.
This is
again his fucking issue.
Precure does ban the weirdo, but not because of any of that. Because of the worst thing, of course, the hypocrisy. I banned him because he was staunchly an anti-pedo Andy, but also DMing teenagers. You can't be both of those at the same time unless you're projecting and actually a pedo. So long as you do that stuff and say it's good, you're clear. What is wrong?
This is I've seen this part. He's retarded for even trying to like fight about this. I have no idea what he's trying to say here.
Again, at the end of the day, it boils down to the only reason why they were even banned is because it was a fucking bad fucking thing, right? What are you talking about? Sorry, let me rephrase. It's a bad thing, right? We know this, we're normal people. But it's by the fact it looks bad on these people's ends because they got caught and it got put into a public video that did well. That's what I was trying to say. I'm sorry, chat, it's 4 a.m.
And this one I think he's just retarded.
Mm-hmm.
Base bird for 5, the most bombastic sensationalism and harmful videos that I've ever heard. My goodness, this is peak tabloid journalism tactics in my opinion. And Internet Zen Master for 10. Precure, we do a little trolling. Leaflet is definitely right about her mods coming from the old school net. It usually works better when you're anonymous and don't have a username attached. And Scavenge for 5, the PDF hunters that do this for clout, since it can potentially mess up a real investigation, should be hit with being a vigilante charged. You wouldn't be able to, really. There's nothing you can do.
I think that'd be hard to do. I mean, I would agree with you. I just don't think that would be very possible.
Wrong with all of these people? I feel like this server has been created to make me lose my mind. The child auction from the last video had me sitting at my computer, unable to move for like 20 seconds, stun locked. But this was a short video, but you know, when people address things I cover, I should cover that too, right? All these base VTubers are like religious communities too, right? So let's end with a religious message. Do you guys know the story of the flood? That's sort of how I view all the incoming changes and regulations to the internet and all its platforms. The digital world has been allowed to fester and rot entirely, and so what do we get? A digital world ending event. People like to say this is happening because parents don't do their job. But I have some bad news. That's actually the first part of the argument for regulation and restriction. Because like this, it's the parent's responsibility. They've abdicated that responsibility, therefore we get to step in, create a vacuum, and it...
No, that's not how that works. I see what he's trying to say with this, but he's retarded for even trying to say it.
Okay.
He's going, oh, well, you know, people are saying, well, the parents should be parenting their kids, but the parents aren't parenting their kids. That's why we have to do this with the internet. No, the thing is, the parents have to parent their kids. If they don't parent their kids, no one does. And that's end of story.
No, it's the government who does it. They bring out stuff like age verification. That's what happens. Like, who decided that it's a parent's responsibility to look after their child? Law. The government. You have a legal responsibility to your child's safety. Okay? Child neglect's a crime. Child abuse is a crime. Not looking after your kid properly is a crime, and you can get your kid taken away from you by the government. Okay? All of these rules are put in place by the government. Right? So, and the government puts responsibility on a parent to do that. And when the parent fails, what does the government do? They have to look at what their options are. Clearly, the actual adult that's meant to be stopping the child from accessing it is failing their job. The people in the spaces who are adults are failing their jobs as human beings. What do? We introduce ID verification. That's what it is.
It's just no one does. And that's life. That's something that a lot of people hate to hear. Sometimes life fucking sucks, dude. And stuff doesn't go the way you want it to go. There is no...
Oh, guys, life doesn't go the way you want it to go. Sometimes kids get groomed, you know, end of the day.
No, like, we have to come up with another solution. The government has to step in and create another solution for us. No, there just isn't a solution. Sucks. It happens.
ID verification. Fuck.
Like, we'll stop it when we can, when we see it. But other than that, there is no...
Oh, we'll stop it when we can, when we see it. Their moderators didn't do that. They didn't stop it when they saw it. What are you talking about?
Just solution. If you keep fishing for a solution, you will eventually come to the spot where everything is just censored to hell. And I think this comes from him being a Britbong and not having the United States mentality of...
Didn't have the United States of a mentality where children are allowed to get groomed online. I fucked my sister.
Someone who would sacrifice a bit of freedom for a bit...
Sorry to the Americans in chat, but these guys are moronic with this ideology.
...of safety deserves neither. Which is a thing in America. For people outside of America that don't know it, it was an establishing principle of our Constitution, was that people who would sacrifice their freedom just to get a little bit of safety don't actually deserve to have freedom or safety.
And I wholeheartly agree with that.
Yeah, and as a Britbong, I don't think he gets that. I think he's like, no, we have to give rid of some freedoms because safety. We don't have more safety. And I think this happens with all... I hate for some of the Britbongs in the chat who may think you're a little based. Every Britbong I've ever talked to has eventually ceded some level of freedom for something they didn't like. I always think back to, like, I really hated Sargon for a while, and I still kind of do. Because he would do this thing where he would talk about how important free speech was, and then he would go, well, hate speech isn't technically free speech, so it's okay to censor that. Like, there's always a line for the Britbongs where they're just like, we can cut this off.
It's just like, no.
Guys, the Britbongs, you know, they hate when kids get groomed. This person apparently speaks for all Americans. Fuck me.
We don't? How about you just, like, be a normal human being, please?
Yeah.
It will be filled. You're not countering them. You're agreeing with them, dipshits. We never had much of a chance against it, but the only chance we did have was to develop a culture of zero tolerance for this shit. To be able to say, no, actually, you don't need to replace the role of the parents. The basic duty that every adult has towards protecting children is enough, just like it is in real life. It should be enough to just go after and deter the people who have done and would do something wrong. That's all we need from you, power. Thanks. We're not savages. This isn't a hell world, but it is. But the most basic values have gone out the window. Our culture in real life is a rotting patchwork, and online, it's worse. Essentially, none of this will be happening if people could just simply not be totally insane. The fault of the parent is negligence, whether or not anything happens to their kid. They have done something wrong if they aren't looking after them. The fault of the person who does things with or to that kid is what they have done. The fault of the observer is inaction. It is good to do things about that which you are able. And not only that, to not do so creates space. Space for power to creep in. You guys are gamers, right? How has the games industry historically countered government intervention? They don't just go, oh, parents should be able to control this. Oh no, guess we'll get regulated. Nothing I could do, dude. It's actually the fault of people who pointed out that kids gambling is bad, right?
What's funny is he's completely wrong about this, because the reality is the only game industry section that is even remotely pushed back against censorship is Steam. Is it, well, how has the game industry handled this? They didn't intentionally. It's not because they were scared of government intervention. It's because companies like Blizzard, like Ubisoft, like EA Games, they don't give a shit at all. They, like, factually, they just do not give a shit. They didn't fight back against it because they didn't care. Steam, on the other hand, has constantly fought back against it, and they've
What the fuck are you talking about?
Succeeded constantly. They're currently getting into another fight. And every time they have stood their ground.
What the fuck are you talking
UK is suing Steam? Yeah, and they're gonna fucking lose, in my personal opinion.
I'm not even sure Steam will reply. I don't think they have to. It's the
It's in the UK. Well, I think if it's the UK, the worst that they can do is just say, okay, you can't use Steam if you're in the UK. I think that's the worst that can happen.
Yeah. Thank you, Ebonics King, for 5. This is why our forefathers separated us from Britain. We wanted to decide our own fate, and we actually like flavor in our food. But no, it's stupid.
That would be
very
retarded. Even if you don't personally care, like the games industry certainly doesn't, you're going to get rammed up the ass with that strategy. And that's the strategy we've collectively chosen for years and years and years. So guess what happens?
I'm still lost on, like, their complaints with this fucking point. Whatever.
To us. You can argue as much as you want that jumping out a window shouldn't hurt you, but eventually you're going to hit the ground, and blaming others will do little to heal your shattered.
his whole argument here is, no, we can't have freedom, because if you have freedom, then somebody's going to come in to try and take it away. Well, that's because you're not
What?
American and you don't understand this. In America, when
Why do they say it like that? You're not American, you don't understand it. I want to groom kids.
someone comes to take away your freedom, you show up to their door with a gun.
Again, the point of this is, right, the whole argument they're going on is like, guys, we should like kick minors from Discord servers and make sure that groomers and people who are sexual degens are not sharing the same places as them who are adults, right? Actually, I'm an American. Waves my gun badge, like...
And you say no. And that's the end of the conversation.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
That was how we established our country. That is the basis of our country.
Is we decided we're
Pedophilia.
not willing to.
And the thing is, we can do that in other ways. Like, the, he would hate me to use this example, so I'm definitely going to use it. The Blue Archive community absolutely reamed the Korean government because they were pissed about what the Korean government was doing to their game.
Uh-huh.
Like, we can actually make change in this stuff.
No, I would agree. I would
Such
agree.
a dumb argument. Did we kill a spear too?
I don't know, did we?
I'm still alive.
Okay. Do you have thoughts?
He's retarded.
I mean, that is a thought, yeah.
I mean, I'm not surprised. He's from the UK, and as a descendant from the UK, I'm sorry, my retarded uncle is retarded. That's
Yeah,
why he's going bald.
But Australians are the criminals that got sent out of the UK, so you have a little bit of rebellion in your blood.
Technically, my family bloodline actually came from immigrants from the UK. So I'm not actually from the prison colony, because I've got the family book tree, so I know where mine came from. It's from the UK, but it's
I
from...
don't care.
And
I
then
don't
the last,
care what, like, pedoland you grew up
you
in.
want to watch this last one that's 30 minutes?
Yes, this is all about me and Leaflet.
Okay.
And I think, to be honest, chat, I think we're going to save this for, like, the part 2. I think this is, like, the perfect place to pause. I'm going to save this. Fuck, no, don't play to the TV. Uh-oh. I really hope that actually hasn't done that. Hold on, chat. Please tell me I haven't done that. Hold on. Why is it doing this?
Yeah, put it on.
Okay. Good. Okay. We're good. Fuck me. Okay. Let me quickly like grab this and then like throw it in my like side chat on my YouTube. Oh, sorry, on my Discord. Sorry, I'll put it in my office. Okay. We're gonna resume this tomorrow, chat, okay? If people have stuff to send me to look into, thank you very much, Moon, for sending that in for the for that Amber person. We're gonna look into that, okay? But yeah, I'm gonna see who's live real quick. Hold on, let me close that. Let's see who's live, chat, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. This has been fun. Okay? I like looking into different like places, okay? If my my stream display decides to work. God damn it. Come on. But yeah, chat, we're gonna see who's live. I think K-Huck's live. I might send you into K-Huck. See who's live. Redirect. But yeah, chat. We're gonna go into K-Huck, okay? But yeah. I'll see you guys later, okay? We're gonna continue this, okay? We're definitely gonna look more into the Mum Rakto and the Leaflet and all these fucking weirdos, okay? Bye.